Yeah, it's Stardust.
And so it was just like, yeah, someone take juxtaposition. And honestly, that year I hate every single thing. Every photo I took of that. I can't keep up.
Well, you should probably start shooting. The ones you put battery in.
I don't have it. It was plugged out to the television charger, and I kind of forgot it.
What about It's the End of the World, where they're doing all the words really fast? It's the end of the world as you know it. And it says a bunch of different different words really fast, and I don't know what they are.
Are we inside of the fire too?
That we can use.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started in just a minute or two. Larry has already started his clock, so so I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then we'll just get right in it. We're going to get to the portion of the day where we're going to talk about marketing and representing yourself, and you have a good man here to do it. Larry, if you go to his LinkedIn, because that's what he's going to talk to you about, you're going to see everything from production to editor to photographer to book.
I've been a photo agent.
Yeah.
I've been a photo editor. I've been an educator. And now I'm organizing a photographer.
Yep. And now he's hosting the workshop.
Great. Thanks.
For the barber.
Thank you. Yeah. Are we up?
Sam,
Sam?
play it again, Sam.
Just one.
Sam Morse code.
Ooh. So, in honoring Chip today, I'm also going to be sharing knowledge. My dad was a CPA years ago, and all his clients always came to him and got advice. And when my friends came over to my house, my friends would sit with my dad and he'd give him life examples of many things. But anyway, so as you heard, I've been an educator, and one other thing I want to talk about as an educator, what I tell my students about cropping. If in doubt, crop it out. There we go. If there's too much space, show more face. So that's two little rhymes that I use to help students keep things going. I know you guys live to make photos, but guess what? You also have to eat. All right? So today I'm going to talk about little things about networking, how to build your network, how to find ways to get new clients, and even if you have a job. Look what happened to the photographers of the Washington Post. Who would have thought that the Washington Post would have fired all the photographers and all the videographers, kept one or two people on both sides? Who would have thought? So, as I'm saying, if you're a 9-to-5 employee, which of course as a photographer we're never 9 to 5, you want to keep your resume up to date. You want to keep things active. You want to look at things out there that you probably haven't even thought of before. So, it's all about your network. And what's this network? It starts with your friends and family. Facebook. That's a great way to stay in contact with your friends and family. You let them know what you're doing. Because their friends, their family, that's the network. Have the trees that grow out there, the branches of people who can hire you. Work. When I left my job as photo editor, I worked at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Oh, by the way, I'm the only non-military person here probably. But I've been adopted because of the network. Because of me joining the White House News Photographers Association, I got to meet Johnny Bavero. And since then, Johnny and I are great friends. If I can't do a job, Johnny gets it. If he can't do it, someone else within our network. Last year, luckily, Instagram. You know, I post stuff on Instagram, and only two things happen out of Instagram. I got one job, and then another thing came up across that they said, congratulations, you're part of the top 25 event photographers. I'm like, oh, I didn't apply for this, but it was a great little honor. So when I can't do a job, Johnny, or that Instagram job, Johnny couldn't do it, Mark couldn't do it. Sorry, Mark. Ryan did it. 2 days work, nice part of work. Your church, synagogue, mosque, whatever it is. There's people there that know people. Same with your neighbors. They know people. Volunteer work. Find a charity. Find a charity you want to work with, that you're passionate about. I work with Special Olympics and Best Buddies. Out of the Special Olympics gig, I met someone who worked for Geico. He was doing they were doing the sports and other ads, commercials for Geico. And that was about 5 or 6 years of work being the still photographer on set because of my network. School, military. Well, it's who you sit next to. So before you leave today, make sure you get everyone's name and number. Reach out to everybody because you never know who's going to get one of those high-level jobs who could hire you. Everyone that I went to school with, that I went to Indiana University, luckily I met an incredible amount of photographers. Michael Ducille was one of them. Every one of those people who I worked with in school, on the yearbook and the newspaper, worked for me as a photo editor when I had a job in a magazine. And professional membership. You heard me talk about me working with Johnny Bavera because of the White House News Photographers Association or the NPPA. Be careful of that organization right now. They're having a few issues. Or PPA, or what's the other ones? APA? ASMP? Look in those organizations, join that because that's that network. One more time, it's all about your network. So maintain, because you never know. Shane posted this 2 weeks ago, right, Shane?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
He's hiding. He posted this on Facebook. So your friends can help you get jobs. Yep. Because here's the post. LinkedIn. I'm not the expert, but I know I've done quite a bit. There's so much that LinkedIn offers. I don't know everything, but this book from Sandra Long. So I got this book, read it, typed an email. Hey, Sandra, I really liked your book. I need some help. I've got a question for you. Within 48 hours, she returns the email to me. We have become good friends. We're of course, we're LinkedIn friends. I've met her through another organization. But this book, first of all, I get no money from this, but this is the best book to have. There'll be a QR code at the end. It's a $10 book. It tells you everything you want to know about LinkedIn that I'm not going to cover with you today. But so, why LinkedIn? Because it's professional. There are professional people on this. There are recruiters on this. It's available in 24 languages, 50 million profiles viewed every day. You see all the things. It provides opportunities for you. You decide your brand. If you don't like what other people say about you, you can create, reinvent, and reposition your personal brand. It's your individual, you control how the world sees you. You create your first impression, because that first impression is similar to your first impression on the internet is same as your in-person impression. So you want to be interesting, compelling, and attractive in your prospects and to your network. You're not trying to be bragging about yourself, but you're trying to engage people, motivate people, inspire people by your photographs, by what you write, by what you post. Your goal is to portray your images and be an authentic person, and that can be done. Branding, it's your personality, your passion, your voice. The ways you brand yourself. Of course, you have your own website. You're going to have blog posts. You're going to have social media. Also, when you meet people, how do you handshake? How do you look at them? How do you look people in the eye? Do you, your posture, when you make a presentation, when you meet someone, that's all about your physical and how you present yourself. And don't forget, have business cards. Do promos. Do whatever, or brochures, your resume. Also, your resume is still important in some places. So if you go to the internet right now, what would you find? If you search for yourself, what do you find? Well, for me, the first things that come up, the best, LinkedIn comes up number 3 for me. But your website comes up number 1. The reason my website comes up number 1 is because the website people that I have incredible SEO. And then if you do a AI thing about you, it takes all that stuff about you and writes this little biography about you and throws up some of your pictures. And don't forget, when you post your pictures, it has all that IPTC information in there. And thank goodness, Photo Mechanic, who's here? Photo Mechanic does a really good job doing that for you. If I'm going too fast, if there's any other questions, pop up. Don't be afraid to interrupt. Good. In LinkedIn, you're able to show your experience, your skills, your education. There are points, they will guide you. LinkedIn will guide you in developing this and helping you set up your website, setting up your LinkedIn profile. The other thing you want to do is show your expertise. And your expertise is by posting or writing an article. And writing an article, you're not giving up everything that you know, you're giving a little part of something. You're sharing your information. If you're, yeah, love it even better. Hey, okay. You also have a place to put in your certificates, your education, and showing your talents. How am I doing on time? So you want to make your profile public. They have a completion scale. You want to customize your LinkedIn URL, and I'm going to show you how to do that shortly. And your photos are important. And if you look at your LinkedIn, yeah, we'll talk about this for a second, your headshot, everyone hates having the picture taken. But that's why I'm behind the camera instead of in front of the camera. So your headshot is an essential part of your profile. I don't have to read that for you because I know you guys can read. This is all stuff from LinkedIn. 14 times more when there's a photo there. Therefore, no doubt a professional photo in LinkedIn is a must-have. Not only will it make your profile more complete, it gets you more views and messages, but it will also give the recruiters the right impression. And this is just a few things about your photo. You want to look professional. You want quality matters. Choose the proper background. They say green has more likable, more. But of course, my photo is not in a green background. You just want to make yourself look professional. You want to look professional. You want to be friendly and approachable. That's what your photo wants. That's how they want your photo to be. Your facial expression is also important. You want to develop trust. You want to seem approachable, as I said, and you want to develop a genuine connection to the viewer. And wear clothes that are appropriate for what you do. And the best thing about LinkedIn is their help center. They have an incredible help center, so it's easy to navigate. You always have a question, because I can't remember any of this stuff. So always go to the help section, and it brings up everything that you want to know. So you're controlling your narrative for your brand. You're trying to create and find opportunities. You want to build your network. You want to highlight your professional accomplishments. You want to write in clear, concise, first person, and summarize and share your knowledge. You want to be able to show your experience, your education, your awards, your volunteerism, and you want to get to show your mission and your skills and your motivation. And so this is what your homepage will look like. And this is where your profile is. This is where all the posts are for all the people that are following you, or I mean, you are following them. And I'm just going to go through all this stuff real quickly, move this thing right through. So if you look at your profile, it's above the fold, the old term. Does everyone know what above the fold is? Great. So you have your picture, your name, your subheads, and how many people are following you. And this is all above the fold, where people look at you to get that first impression. So this banner photo here, it's got a weird specification. So luckily I found a picture that's from a Geico shoot that we were doing. But you could put anything you want up there. You could do a composition. You could put several photos in there. You could put video in there. You could put a GIF in there as well. You're just trying to make yourself look good. So what I will do when I do a job, and then the organization will post the photos, I will take their post and put it in my posts. Also, when I want to write an article, well, I'll put something about, here's a story about using your skills to help a charity, or how I teach, because I also teach. Teaching is good for the soul, so I write a little part about that, and this puts out the aura of what I do. And they get a feeling. Here are tips on how to photograph people or how to photograph events. Or the other thing that I do is I've got 5 side hustles. Between photography, I'm a notary public, I referee high school basketball, I teach, and I'm doing a book. You gotta do that stuff because you never know what's going to happen next in our field. Things are changing rapidly. What I'm going to say, I got to be careful what I say politically. Things change quick. As I said with the post, who knew? Who knew that they would be gone tomorrow? But wherever you are, you be prepared because you never know what's going to happen. Always have a side hustle going. Always have a second income going. You have an A to Z plan because you have a family to feed, you've got a mortgage to pay, and you want to go take vacations. The other good thing about this is finding your network. So far I've got about 1,500 people, but they will give you people that you can connect with, people that are similar. You could also find people that you like and ask them to be members. And the best thing about all I'm showing you right now, it's the best 4-letter word I've ever heard. It's free. You do not have to pay for LinkedIn. The other great thing about LinkedIn is there's this thing called a service page. It's a mini website. So you're able to put an overview, a little bit about yourself. You're able to provide the services, and you're able to put media in. I think it's 6 or 7 photographs of your thing, and you could also put pricing. I never put pricing up, but also where you're located. So people looking for a portrait photographer in Washington D.C., they're going to be able to find me. And you could also get reviews on this. So it's a mini web page. And once again, that's free. And it's easy to find. Now here's the big part. If I'm looking for a job, I can go to the job section. As you see the little briefcase up there, the little arrow. I'm going to put in where I want the job to be, Washington, D.C., my interest, photography and my network. And then you push it, and all the jobs will come up. And if I want to save this job search, there's a little button. So little jobs come up on your LinkedIn profile all the time, as well as, that's for jobs. Now, for example, if I was going to New York, and I wanted to see all the photo editors I wanted in New York, I could do that same thing. So, looking for photo editors in New York, and here they are. And this is a way that you can contact them. Because back in the day in the 1980s, 1990s, I was able to get on the phone and call these people, and they would pick up in 1 or 2 rings. Who picks up the phone anymore? So you're going to have to do several touches. You could contact them via LinkedIn, or if they have their name and number there, you could send them an email and a phone call. If you want it, you have to go for it. There's an easy way to set up your own URL. So mine is linkedin.com and with my name on it. So instead of having that stupid number out there, you could have your own URL for your LinkedIn profile. Oh, I'm getting close. The beauty of this now, on your phone, you go to LinkedIn, hit the search, and you see this little QR code, or this little thing. And this QR code will come up. So I can, if someone wants my LinkedIn address, I could just come right here, give you my code, and you can scan it. And see the scan up there? You can scan it. It goes directly to your profiles. So it's easy to connect with people, and especially here. So today, tonight, tomorrow, everyone should know everybody. Everyone should LinkedIn with everybody, or pass your information to them and stay in contact. The best book you'll ever want to get, it's $10 on Kindle. There's the QR code, and I'm done. Thank you. Any questions, comments? I'm keeping us on time. Yes, sir.
One of the biggest issues I've had with LinkedIn is the amount of AI bots, fake jobs, other slop out there. How can we best tailor our presence to both be sent things that are real, and when we do send out queries about jobs, to cut through on the hiring manager side to say, oh, this is actually worth looking into this person. This is actually a real person.
That's a great question for Sandra Long. But yeah, there is a problem with bots, and that's with everywhere. I mean, even if Indeed, what's the other one? Indeed and Glassdoor. Yeah, all of them. I mean, that's just something we have to fight through. I mean, someone here got a great job going through a website. I can't tell you right now, but I just heard that this person got this job. You know, it's 400 people. And you just have to trust. Yes, sir.
Do you use the free version or do you pay for it?
Free. This is all on the free side.
I was just curious because when I do look on LinkedIn, so I'm not looking for a job right now, but I don't always want people to know that I'm looking at their profile because they're made aware of it. But if you pay for it, they don't know that you're looking. It's like they really want you to pay. Otherwise, people know that you're spying on them. Or
people who are in your network, you can see who's coming to my profile.
yeah, that's I'm just like somebody new is coming to my job or something, and I want to see who they are and what they've done in the past. But I don't necessarily want them to know that I've seen.
I don't know how to hide stuff like that yet.
There's a way I think there's a way that you, even if you're doing the free version,
Yeah.
I think there's a way you can hide that you can.
All right.
I'll look it up.
They also have there used to be a free version for veterans. You put in like your social security number and then you do a search and they give you a free version of the paid version.
And they get it for a year for free.
That also has LinkedIn Learning on it.
Yeah.
For those of you that are active duty veterans, what used to be called lynda.com, you might have heard of.
Yep.
Just like Masterclass, essentially. You can look up all kinds of different learning on there and register for a free year.
Great point, because the DC Public Library, if you're in DC, and most public, I don't know about other public libraries, but I could get LinkedIn Learning for free through the DC Public Library. And I depend upon that all the time. Good questions, thank you. That's a good question for Sandra. I'll send her an email. Go to search. Click on search and you see it right there. Oh, I got one right. I got an answer right. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thanks, Larry. Oh, which one you going? The mic? I thought you were trying to give me a pound. Yeah. All right, Matt, where are you? Oh, let me get you. Oh, you already mic'd up. Look at you. Right, we'll just keep the ball rolling. Anybody got any questions up to this point? Nothing? Everybody's feeling good? Ready to learn a bit about the Library of Congress? Yeah. Remember Sam's talk? Matt is about to break the Library of Congress down to you. What you got, Brian?
So this year we're sort of doing something new. Previous years we used to have a panel of federal workers up here offering and telling about their positions in the federal government to let the upcoming folks, who are still out in the DOD shooting, what opportunities they have for them once they leave military service. This year, we've decided that we're going to do one individual, and we're going to continue that every year. It's called a 10 on 10. You get 10 slides, 10 minutes to talk about your job, and then there's a few questions afterwards. So from now on, once a year, we'll have one individual talk about their career field out in the federal service.
Who's that one person?
That one person this year is Matthew Breitbart. And he works at the Library of Congress, as he told you a second ago. And I'm going to go back cleaning.
Thanks, Brian. Matt's got 10 slides. Let's hold him to it. All right. Matt Breitbart.
From the Declaration to Superman, Digitization and Digital Preservation of the Library of Congress. So this is a 10 and 10 for the DC photo shoot-off. As they said, my name is Matthew Breitbart, and I'm a digital imaging specialist in the Library of Congress. It's great to be here. Can you all hear me? Oh, hold on.
Thank you.
Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So it's great to be here with everyone at Shoot-Off. I want to thank Brian Aho, Johnny Bavera, and all the other 2026 workshop leaders for having me here today. There's an immense amount of multidisciplinary work that goes into planning and executing digitization projects that we do at the level that we execute them at in the Library of Congress. High-end digitization requires the people, that's Kevin there, the processes, technology, and there's probably about $100,000 worth of hardware just right there in that little spot. Budget, organizational buy-in at the highest levels to deliver what the most demanding audience of all, which is all of you here and everyone in the world that accesses library resources. That's the people of the world, and I mean that literally, have come to expect from the Library of Congress. So, in the DIL, the Digital Imaging Lab, or the DIL, in the Library of Congress, we mainly focus on the digitization of items that are considered 2D. So flat items, books, film, art, comic books, things like that. And other things are mostly flat, but we do have the capability to do things that are 3D, and object photography and 3D scanning. One example of 3D objects that we work with that you can see here in the middle. Are you all familiar with like Maurice Sendak and Where the Wild Things Are? So we just worked on a children's book, a book on children's books, and I have it here if anyone wants to see. And so that's Max from Where the Wild Things Are, along with Really Rosie, and these were photographed for the book Tell Me a Story, Fantastic Children's Books from the Library of Congress. So the DIL is a highly specialized space that has been specifically designed for digitization of collections materials. Everything from the paint on the walls, which is actually based on a DoD spec that I worked on in the Medical Museum, which the paint that we have here is Benjamin Moore Flint. It's a very neutral gray. To the imaging targets that we use, this is a FADGI ISO 19264 color target. And then this is a specialized film target. It's specifically there so that way the final image that we make for digitization, it's as best as you won't be able to make a better image. And so every digitization session for reflective starts with one of these being imaged, and everything with film starts with one of these being imaged. Items digitized in the DIL are lit with hot lights, or these are lights that stay on as opposed to strobes. Many reflective items that are digitized in the DIL are imaged on black tabletop, and then this helps us minimize reflections. Black and white film is digitized using a specialized achromatic phase 1 system. Basically, the sensor only accepts black and white data. So we use a blue light filter, but because the sensor only accepts black and white data, it automatically takes out the blue from the image, but having the blue light filter helps us get more resolution out of the film. color film is digitized using a specialized camera and lens setup, so that's what we've got over here. We have a 150 megapixel phase 1 IQ4 back, and then a Rodin stock 105 with a floating element. We're basically able to get the absolute highest amount of resolution you can possibly get for digitizing film. So what we've got here, this is a 4x5 positive that was provided to the library by the King of England's Royal Photographic Collection for an exhibit called the Two Georges that's on exhibit now. I shot it at 4,000 PPI, which a lot of commercial scanners say, oh yeah, we can do up to 6,400 PPI, but it's extrapolation. This will actually get you a real 4,000 PPI capture in one shot. And then so we took this 4x5, that's about 4x5 inches, and it's blown up about 12 feet. Almost everything else that we shoot, like X-Men #1 here, is on a 150 megapixel medium format color camera system with a 72 lens, and so when you convert it, it basically comes out to about 50 millimeters or normal. It has specialized autofocus capability that locks, that way when we're shooting straight down, we don't have any focus drift. And then ultimately, we are ready for literally anything that will come in through the doors. These are models of the Louvre from NANP that we imaged. So what you're seeing is the capture of sections of a several hundred-year-old Chinese scroll that's several feet long. The scanning device here is called a Metis. It's about the size of a small pickup truck and has a planetary arm that goes over top of the items, that way we don't have to put anything face down or risk any kind of damage to the artifact. And then what we get are these nice and clean image sections, and we're able to display them both as image sections, and then we stitch them together. And then here we have one of the more unique items I've ever worked on in my entire career. It's a Batak manuscript that's made out of water buffalo bone covers. So the undercover and the top cover are literally made out of bone. We recently published an article on it on the library's Four Corners blog about how we photographed and digitized it. So like everyone's been saying, if you work on something really cool, make sure you tell people the story of how it worked. And then here we have a Dunlap broadside copy of the Declaration of Independence. That's the first printed copy of the Declaration of Independence. I imaged this as part of the Two Georges. For those of you that have seen National Treasure, I have seen the back of the Declaration of Independence. And so these are currently on exhibit in the Two Georges exhibit. And then last but not least, we have the library's copy of Superman #1, where he's lifting the car up. Believe it or not, there was a congressman from California that wanted to get sworn in on Superman. And so then before they let it leave the library, they said, you need to digitize it so that way we know the condition of everything and make sure that everything's good to go. And so that's my 10 and 10. I'm happy to answer any questions. There you go. Go ahead.
Everything that you're scanning now is accessible on the website?
90% of what we work on goes onto lock.gov. If it's still in copyright, it goes into something called P. It goes into something, so P1 is what goes into lock.gov, and then there's a system called Stacks, which if you come to the library, you can see it in digital format. But anything currently covered by copyright won't be on lock.gov.
So is all the FSA stuff?
As we capture it, it goes up there.
Because yes, the FSA was like the first election.
Mm-hmm.
It was at like 100 KBs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so you're saying it's all upgraded now?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Before they were capturing them in sections and had to stitch them together, and now with the current technology we have, we're putting a single shot 150 megapixel capture. So the 4x5s are probably getting captured at about 2,000 PPI, which is...
So everyone should go to that selection, go look at the Farm Security Administration photograph.
Yeah.
About how much of the library's collection are you able to scan annually? How much of the collection is left to be scanned?
So we're constantly getting like 25,000 things every single day. And so there are different statistics and percentages that you can put out. But if you're looking at the entirety of everything in the library, we haven't even hit 1/3 of 1%. Yeah.
The Library of Congress has the largest visual archives, even over the National Archives.
Mm-hmm.
Because Diamond, which I ran, was the third largest archive.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I am confused a little bit with Larry's question, the FSA stuff. Is that raw material, that's housed by the National Archives, is it not?
No, FSA is in the library. It's in prints and photographs in the library.
I'm sorry?
It's in the prints and photograph section of the library.
Okay. The Vietnam stuff is at the National Archives. There's a period that runs, and I understand that. I'm just trying to clarify something, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Shane.
What, of the things that you photographed, what did you want to take home with you?
I mean, I've been fortunate enough to work on Superman, Spider-Man, Hulk, Batman, Phantom Lady, like all the, but the cool thing is they're all taken care of for me in the library, and I can go at lunch and, you know, hang out with them anytime I want. I don't have to worry about taking care of them. So the Declaration of Independence was pretty cool to be able to say, you know, but I wouldn't want the responsibility for having that in my house. Yeah.
Once they're scanned, what happens to the originals?
So most of the time, the originals go back on the shelf. There are a couple of exceptions. If it's material that's like actively degrading and disintegrating, and it's really just about having the content captured. Like we did a major digitization project on Dun & Bradstreet books, which were like credit books, but from 150 years ago. Those items were never intended to be kept for more than a year or two, because it's like the phone book, they would make a new one every year. And so a lot of the times, by the process that we used to digitize them, the physical material itself wasn't stable enough to be preserved, so they would take that and say, okay, we might preserve it, but it wouldn't really go back on the shelf, but they have all the data that was on the page. So, great question.
Matt, I got a question.
Yeah.
What's this number right here?
I noticed that too.
So, it's number 11, however, the title slide doesn't count.
You use what you got, Matt.
I'll remember that for next year.
Yeah. Your newspaper spacing said you had 10 pages.
Yep.
It's crazy that you give somebody 10 slides and you guys ask the most questions afterwards. Maybe we should continue on with that concept, because it was probably the most engaging and more questions than anyone else.
Yeah. I'm happy to talk to anyone. I have card.
Matt will talk to you, and he will tour you around the Library of Congress. So all you got to do is set it up. I've been over, walked around the processes, got to touch some things I wasn't supposed to touch. I brought a reproduction copy of Superman in hopes to switch it out, but that was behind glass. But yeah, we did get to check out everything, and then he took us into the library aspect of, and walked around and saw the Two Georges exhibit, and it was fantastic. And it's like, yeah,
Yes,
so
get your library.
Get your library card, because them ladies over at the library card section, woo.
Or Jefferson. They
Yeah,
have
both.
Multiple stations. Multiple stations. You can get your reader card.
It takes about 1 minute to get the card, and then you get free reign. So, except for there's some stuff top secret that they won't let you into. But
That's right.
all right, thank you, Matt.
Cool. Thank you.
Matt, if you wouldn't mind, Mark, where are you? Hiding in the back, of course. Matt, if you wouldn't mind, oh, you're mic'd up, aren't you? All right. So make your way on up here, Mark, and then I'll start chatting about you. Brian.
We can take 5 if you're not. If Mark's ready, then we can go right now. You ready?
Are you fine with going right into Mark and seeing some spectacular pictures of the Old West?
Mark wants 3 minutes.
Mark wants 3 minutes, so then you just get story time with Benny. That's what you get. Because if I say you guys got 3 minutes to go do something, 12 minutes from now, I'm going to be asking you to sit back in your seats. So while Mark is getting ready, any questions about how all this works, or what to anticipate, or? Share their LinkedIn? Yeah, everybody give Brian your LinkedIn information, and he's going to create a index of all the LinkedIns, and then we'll share them all with everyone, so we can have contact information. Yep. Who's first time here? Right here. What's your name? Where do you work?
I'm Senior Airman Alexis Redden. I work at Joint Base Andrews, the 316th Wing Public Affairs Office. Thank you, Josh.
I found out, how big is the Public Affairs Office at Andrews? 25 people. Anybody else got a shop that big? Not anymore. Yep. How many people are here from Andrews?
Better be 25.
This is Alex. Alex doesn't want to talk on the mic. Air Force, of course. All right. Any Marines? I probably would have, yeah. I was worried because there was a lot of reading on the slides. Army? All right. We have a few Army. Are you new, sir? I've seen your face before right here. What about you two? Yes.
Am I new? No, I've been
Yeah.
2024.
Okay, I want to say I've seen your face before. All right, who else is new? What's your name, ma'am? Introduce yourself.
Emily Cassidan. I'm in the Navy Reserves with Fleet Pace, Norfolk.
Out of Norfolk. Okay. Anybody else from Norfolk? Anybody else Navy? Oh, right here. You guys. Oh, introduce yourselves. Speedy Gonzalez.
I'm a Seaman Apprentice Tomas Tijirina, Fleet Pace in Norfolk.
Nice. You got a nice voice, too, don't you? Yeah. Oh, hey, okay. Huh? Used to rap? You know my boy Slowpoke in the Air Force? I'm gonna have to introduce him to Slowpoke. It's so funny because you're wearing a Speedy Gonzalez shirt, and Slowpoke was his cousin inside of Looney Tunes, but he left the Air Force and retired, and now he raps out of Texas. Out of Texas? Y'all gotta know where he's from. Okay, yeah, he's out of Corpus Christi. Oh, I'm gonna show you his page. I guarantee you've heard some songs with him.
Hi, I'm MC2 Sylvie Carafile. I was here in 2024. It's my second time here.
Who else is new? There we go.
Hi, everybody. Dave Murphy, retired Air Force, Air National Guard, and Marine Corps. So always wanted to come here when I was in the military, but never got the chance. So happy to come as a mentor.
Marines first or Air Force first?
Marines, then got out, then joined the Air National Guard, then transferred back to the active duty Air Force. So just trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. So still trying to figure out.
They found out you could read. Yeah. Yeah. Come on back here. Yeah. Introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Robinson. I'm a DoD civilian. What more? Oh, Jennifer Robinson, DoD civilian.
Jennifer, where do you work at?
I work at AT Augusta Military Medical Center.
You were born there? No. Okay.
Benny.
Yes. Huh?
Jay wants to introduce us.
Oh, Jay. Jay McCoy. You've heard Sophia's name multiple times today. Sophia here is Brian Aho's daughter. Jay here is Shane's daughter. So they're the next generation of Ahos and McCoys to come through the workshop. And then over here we have, yes? You don't need no introduction. That's Sophia's mom and Brian's wife. And Monica's at home. She doesn't want to do anything. That's Shane's wife. Doesn't want anything to do with workshops. She's with the dogs. Shane's other daughter and Brian's daughter are both in Wales going to school together. And then we have another longtime member, Aaron Ansroff, and he's got his daughter, Annabella, here. So the next generation from the Navy forefathers of this workshop are sitting in the room. Our youngins, if you will. Yes?
If you didn't get a badge, come see me in the back. If you are a walk-in registration, come see me in the back.
Mark, are we ready? Are you good to go? Mark K has been a mentor to Mark. I don't want to put you in. He was the generation before me, right? Military photographer of the year. Heard his name in the Navy. He was mentor to these names that we just mentioned, and Brian and Shane and everybody else in the Navy. And he's been a part of this workshop for as long as I can remember. Also with Nikon, and then now Mark works freelance and does workshops all around the world. But the work that he's doing, and I'm sure you're going to show a little bit of work from everywhere, but the work he's doing in the Midwest and following these cowboys, every time I see it, I'm blown away. So I know you will be too. So our other Sea Daddy, Mark Kettenhofen.
So I want you to take a look. If you haven't already, I want you to go ahead and read this slide that's up there. And I'll give you, while you're doing that, I'll give you a little bit of my background. Been a photographer for 45 years. I did 20 years in the Navy, combat camera, all that fun stuff. Retired from the Navy, did 21 years as a senior photographer for Nikon. I've done 7 Olympics, 8 World Cups. I've traveled the world wide. But I really got excited when I did come home and I started documenting the American West, and I will show some of that. But before we go there, this quote that I have up on the screen is timeless. And the reason I say that is it was uttered by a gentleman named Henri Cartier-Bresson in 1968. And it falls into the premise what I'm going to talk about today, in that in our chasing of technology, transference from film to digital, now we've got AI knocking at the door. My feeling is that we've gotten away from the creativity that we need to really, really embrace more. But before we go there, this is what we're against as photographers, as authentic photographers. This is what we're against. I don't know what the hell a zettabyte is. I'm assuming it's a lot. It's a lot. And we add to that, almost 6 billion photos are taken each day. I mean, not by us in this room, I would hope, because your editors would be really mad. 2 trillion, that's just right now. That's right now. Who knows what it's going to be in the future? So we've got 300 million photos daily on Facebook. 300 million. 100 million to Instagram. 6.9 million. Billion. Excuse me. And then Snapchat is just a mere 150 million. These are the numbers that we're facing against. Okay? I've done the math. That's about 86,000 images per second are uploaded into the internet. That's what we're facing. That's what we're fighting against. So, what exactly, how do we not get lost in all that? So I came across this quote from a photographer, and I want you to take a look at it. I'm not going to read it to you. I want you to read it. And this is what I want to do, is I want to start a conversation with this. Because are we analog creators or are we art creators? Those two things can dance together. And what I mean by that, we're going to jump back to Mr. Bresson. He is known as the father of the decisive moment, that peak moment where all the elements of your photos come together in one image. And it's very, very simple. There's nothing going on in this photograph other than one single young girl going up the stairs. But I timed it perfectly within the angles of that house. It's all about composition and paying attention to that composition. This picture was taken in 1936 in France, and it's one of Bresson's. It's probably one of his more famous ones. Most of you have probably seen this one. But this is his definition of the defining moment, the decisive moment. The man's almost floating above the water like he's there, he's held there in time. You only are allowed to see that one single moment in time. That's all that Brisant allows us to see. And it's the same thing with your photography. You're going to capture one single moment in this view, and it might be this single point, but you're deciding what your viewer sees. And that's a heck of a responsibility. So this onslaught of technology, yeah, you know what? It's made our life a lot easier. You know, on the good side, we can create images all day long. You don't have to worry about running out of film. You know? But on the other side, now we're facing this distraction of the technology. And the reason I say that is we can fight that. Everyone in this room can decide today that they're going to be an authentic photographer, that they're going to go back to the roots, and they're going to basically focus on what needs to be within that photograph, and that photograph only. And this is what I'm going to show to my readers. And we do that by what I like to refer to as compositional discipline and patience. Those two things come together. Now, I'm going to talk about only about 7 of them. These are my favorite 7 ones. It's like light is the number 1, and we're going to talk about that very first thing. Okay? With all these compositional elements and patience, this is what we're going to do. Okay? This is an Aviansel, Turkey, along the Silk Road. Okay? It's an old artisanal town. It's centuries old. And this gentleman's job is to make these terracotta pots every single day, day in, day out. He makes these. And we're there, and it's a beautiful scene, but we had one single 100-watt bulb hanging in this dirt-floored shop. And I thought, wow, we really need some kind of light to kick in there. So I explained in my rudimentary Turkish that I need some light to come through the door. And the guy went out and somehow found a piece of reflection metal or something and kicked it through the light. And we had smoke inside there from a fire, and it created this. And I show this because of what I'm going to say. Light is the #1 mood-creating element in our photography, period, hands down. Nothing creates a mood, a feeling within our images better and stronger than light. It can be color, it can be direction, it can be intensity. In a case like this, I'm in Masai Mara, Kenya. This is inside one of the Maasai warriors' huts. They're made out of cow dung. There's no electricity in the village. The light inside this hut is pretty abysmal. There's one single LED solar lamp stuck up in the corner of the cow dung, and that's his daughter sitting in the background. This is 25,000 ISO. And this is where you start the dance between art and what the camera is trying to tell you to do. I controlled this because if I metered this, the camera would not have given, it was pitch black in there. I couldn't see. But that light, because of the intensity and the high ISO, creates a mood in there. But then you go to the opposite side, and this is the chief for the Maasai warriors. And he agreed to have his portrait done. And I took him outside, and I put him against the hut, the dung wall of the hut, which I think I'm going to market this to Westcott. That would be a great backdrop, wouldn't it? Just kind of cow poo, something. Anyways, I put the chief in front of this, and I used my Westcott FJ 200 head with a beauty dish. And I had somebody kind of holding it off there. And I did it this way. I lit it this way because I wanted to have the texture of that wall in the background that creates a kind of eye candy for the viewer. But at the same time, I didn't want it to be out in the bright sun. The sun is blazing during this picture, but he's under the shade of a tree. And I purposely put him there so I can control the light everywhere. So I kicked in a little light on the side, and that gave me this portrait. And it did help that his son was there helping me hold that. This is called a voice-activated light stand, or VAL for short. I was trying to explain that to somebody who speaks Swahili. It didn't, but we had a good time. But I controlled every aspect about this. I didn't let the analog controls of the camera overwhelm the art of the moment. That makes sense. Okay? So the Anatolian cowboys practiced a centuries-old purpose to them. There's wild horses in Turkey in the central area called Cappadocia. And this is an Anatolian, and I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Anatolian cowboy. And they're hundreds of years old. They're legendary. Anyways, they take care of these wild horses that belong to the people of Turkey. And these are these wild horses. And while we were there, we had this wonderful spiritual moment. The clouds are coming across, and he's pushing the horses, and all of a sudden, this single ray of light comes down and pops right on top of him. Beautiful moment. I was able to capture it. And then I thought, all right, I love this mountain. I love the mountain up in the background, all this detail up in the background there. But I thought, what if we shift him over to the right? What kind of photograph are we going to get? And the only thing that changes is slightly background and then the light. Totally, they're the same horses and it's the same cowboy, but different light and two different feelings from that to that. Completely different feelings that are modified by the quality of the light, not the quantity, the quality. And there's a big difference between the two. So we move from there where you have a situation where you have not only multiple kinds of light and shadows being thrown in here, we also have multiple colors of light because we've got the blueness of the shadows down through here and the water, but we have the warmth that's circling around the horse right there. So keep in mind that the quality of the light really dictates how that picture feels to us. How's this picture feel to you? Can you almost smell the dust? Can you almost hear the horses? Can you almost feel the warmth of that sun hitting your face? It's because of the color and the quality of the light. Okay? Cowboy coming home after a long day's work. That's the assignment. I need one picture that tells me without a caption, whew, it's been a long day. And to do that, I use the light. Put the cowboy basically, so he's silhouetted behind there. Told him to come down, I want you to ride down through here. And this glow that you see right here is the dust being kicked up by the horse. And that's an important feature because I'm going to talk about that at length on a couple slides. Whenever you're photographing something like this, where you have either any kind of particulate, dust, moisture, fog, smoke, anything that is particulates within the air, the rule of refraction applies. Angle of incident equals the angle of reflection. So if it comes in at 90 degrees, it goes out of that particle at 180 degrees. So because I am standing 180 degrees from where that light is hitting the particles of dust, it highlights it. It makes them glow. And it does the same thing with water. So right now, the sun is coming off from this angle, probably at about, I'd say, 10 o'clock, something like that. So it's coming across, and I want you to look at the water. It's lit. It's got light on it, right? It's exposed. I like this one because I can see the cowboy's face. Everything in here is sharp. It's nice. Got this wonderful reflection right here. But if I change my position in comparison to the sun, because right now I'm way off angle from the sun. I want the sun behind these horses to create an image that looks like this. Same horses, same cowboys, 5 minutes apart. All I changed was the position of where the horses were coming from and my position according to where the light is. The sun is directly behind the horses. And so when it comes in, it goes right through and it basically hits the edge of the water and it causes that refraction. And that's why the water in here looks like diamonds. That's how you can do this. It's easy. Just knowing which direction, which angle your light is hitting any one of the particulates, and it'll give you this look, either whether it's dust or smoke. You saw that in the first picture, the light going through the smoke from the fire. All right, so I'm going to introduce you. This is the Abbott Ranch. The Abbott Ranch is located in Cherry County, Nebraska, which is in the Sandhills. Cherry County is larger than the state of Connecticut. That's how big it is. There's more cows in Cherry County than there are people. There's less than one person per mile per capita in Cherry County. So it's a cold Sunday a cold Sunday at the Abbott Ranch in the Sandhills of Nebraska. 8-year-old Abigail is sitting at the end of the barn reading her Bible. A cast iron stove squats in the corner, ticking in protest. A huge window at the far end of the barn lights her face. The light bounces off the warm, knotty pine ceiling boards, warming and diffusing the light. It's the light that makes this picture. Same light, just slightly to the left, sits her dad. This is Daniel. Daniel's a ranch hand at the Abbott Ranch, which is a 57,000 acre ranch. It's been in the Abbott family for 6 generations. I'm presently finishing up a documentary shot on video with several other photographers. Brian included, helped us out on this one. And he is on this ranch. So it's not a stained glass of a church, but at the same time, the barn was perfect for this portrait of Daniel. So he was sitting closer to dead center in the barn, so the light from the window is much cleaner, much cooler. You can see the color difference in here. The only difference in the light is the light was bouncing off the knotty pine ceiling on his daughter's face. See how much warmer that is? That's cooler, much cooler light, and he's sitting in the center. So essentially, I call this where Daniel trades in his boots for his Bible on Sundays. So I just happened to hit the pair of boots sitting in the background, and I didn't like this. This was from that window. And the reason I like to show that is the difference between the picture of his daughter and the picture of him. Sometimes moving literally 10 feet to the left or the right, or changing your angle, will change the feeling of your photograph. It will, okay? This picture is definitely the dance of the devil. I'm shooting directly into the sun. And this is Abe. Abe's about 12 years old, and it's physically impossible to take a bad picture of him. It's impossible. He is the son of Daniel and Kate, the ranch family that lives on the ranch, that takes care of the ranch. I saw him one day, and he's playing with the rope, and he's practicing on a cow dummy. And he's throwing this rope, and I nearly just blew my mind, because I look over and I see this beautiful golden light across the fields. His sun's going down, and I ran across, and I'm shooting this. And this is an extreme challenge. Our cameras are great. Absolutely the best technology we have ever had. But this is really, this kind of photography, you have to know what your camera is doing. There's nothing wrong with using the algorithms. There's nothing wrong with that. You can get the algorithms to dance with your art. You can use the technology, but don't let the technology use you. You need to make the decision. So that's what I did here. Very first thing I did is I took the white balance off auto, because auto white balance, taking a picture of a sunset that's glowing wonderfully yellow and orange, it's going to want to mute all those colors because it thinks you want that hat to be white. So never shoot sunsets or sunrise in auto white balance. Okay. I knew that the camera was going to be biased by him being backlit. You can actually see part of the sun up in the right-hand part of the corner. So when I metered this, the camera gave me a metering of 3 stops below what I actually ended up shooting this at. I biased the camera. I told it, nope, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. So that's what you need to get to the point that there's nothing wrong with using the technology that we have in our cameras, but you better damn well know what it's doing when you set it to that. You have to have a reason why you want to do that. So I'd like to introduce you to Chris Abbott. Chris is 72 years old. He's been with the Abbott Ranch his whole life. He's lived there his whole life. His great-great-grandfather came over in 1885 from New Zealand to establish his family ranch. And he's fighting right now for his life to keep this ranch. There's 5 siblings. 3 want to keep it, 2 do not. And there's lawyers. And there's 57,000 acres. That's worth $60 million. And the largest aquifer in the United States sits under their ranch. So their buyers are China and the Mormons. And that's what he's fighting. So I had to get a portrait. I want to get a portrait of this man that's fighting for his life. And his wife describes him as stubborn and strong. So I used just real high key lighting. He was sitting there one night, and the light was coming through the garage door and just hit his face just right. And I used that opportunity to create this graphic, just kind of, it almost gives this feeling of strength. This man, how do you show his story in one picture? And I think you can do that through light. Okay? All right, so now we're going to dissect some stuff. And by the way, if you have any questions while I'm talking, this is very informal. All right, so who among us does not love to shoot landscapes, all right? So this is a waterfall out in the Pacific Northwest, and I knew for a fact that at a certain point of day, right around between 3 and 5 o'clock, the sun hits this waterfall just right. So I go out and I find this, and this is where, you know, compositional patience comes in. I arrive at the waterfall, and it's beautiful. It is. It's stunning. These are called cascade waterfalls. So they're great to photograph because you get this milky water and stuff. So I shot this first one, you know, drag my shutter. I'm in like 15th of a second. I get that set. But I started looking at the picture, and I'm like, you know what? I don't like that log right there. It divides the photograph. That's dividing my picture. I've got 2 waterfalls. I only want 1. All right? So I start looking, and I start shooting. And these are just me working through. You can see I'm shooting a couple shots. I finally get to the point where I'm like, all right, I'm starting to like this now. And I basically reframed it. You can see the log is gone. And I waited to the point where the water and the light start dancing together. So here's your difference. Here's the original frame where I started. I would call this cluttered. If somebody brought this to me, I would be like, where in the hell do you want me to look? You have to have a place for the viewer. That's your job as a photographer, to grab the viewer by the eyeballs and go, oh, look right here. This is where I want you to look. And you can do that with light the easiest. That light does that so well for us. So I got my eyes going right here now, right here in the center. But as soon as I get rid of that log, now it's gone. And it's essentially the photograph that I created at the end. But it's patience. Basically looking at that picture, I kind of did a 360 on this first one here. And I said, all right, what do I like? I don't like that log, I don't like this, so I'm going to move in it a little bit more, and I'm going to get a little bit more of this waterfall, and that's what I ended up with on the right. It's a very simple demonstration, but it shows on how much light can affect, direction of light, amount of light can affect the photograph. Now we're going to jump to Kenya. We're out one morning scouting, and we found this cheetah that was hunting. And it was only like my second or third cheetah that I had seen. And I was pretty excited about it. And so he's sitting up on this, climbs up, and he's sitting on top of the red dirt. I thought, oh, that's not bad. It looks pretty decent. That's a nice shot of him. But it's not really doing anything. The light, it's properly exposed, but the light really just has no, there's no feeling to it. It's basically what my camera saw. And I was like, all right, I got it. That's my safe shot. So we followed him a little bit longer, just kind of staying with him. Got down, and the light started hitting his face real nice. And I was looking at these lower ones here. I'm like, this is working, this is working. And the driver basically said, okay, well, we need to go. Because I go, no, wait. Just give me 5 more minutes. That's all I need is 5 more minutes. And the payoff was he basically got up, moved across the scene, and sat over on this ridge with the light hitting him right in the face. It's the same cheetah. It's the same area. He's about 10 feet away from where he was before, maybe 20. The only thing that changed is the light, the emotion of the light, the single spotlight hitting his face. Okay. Now, granted, a lot of this it's patience. For every time you succeed, there's 10 failures in this. But I'm here to tell you, we do not learn from success. We learn from failure. There is nothing else that anybody could do that applies to more than photographers. Think about every mistake you've made so far in your careers with your photography. You think about that all the time. It bugs you. It really bothers you that you messed that up. You might remember, oh, I got that really nice shot, and then you're on to the next. It's an endorphin hit. It's great, but you're on to the next. Failing teaches us to know the difference between this and that. Knowing that it's possible that you can do that. So now we're going to jump into Mr. Bressant's favorite subject, moments and timing. Okay. These are two adolescent lions, probably not adolescent, probably about 6 months, I think. And they're play fighting. And I'm literally sitting, I'm shooting this with a handheld 800 from the back of a safari vehicle. And they were playing for forever, because the rest of the family was all passed out. It was a pride of lions. They had just eaten a wildebeest, and so all the adults were just snoring. And so these were two playing. And I sat there, and I didn't take a picture for about 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden, I looked back over, and this happened. So you have to be ready for that decisive moment, okay? So beyond that, we have here it's a flock of, I think Chip had a picture of the oxpeckers. So they fly on these, this isn't an elan. It's the largest of the antelope family. And they have this beautiful veiled neck, and it's textured. That's the way it looks. It's bizarre. It looks like he's wearing almost a lace scarf. And these oxpeckers are on him constantly. And what they're doing is they're eating the ticks off of him, the blood-gorged ticks. Well, they get mad every once in a while, and they have these battles. So I'm literally just hanging outside it, and it's about waiting for that perfect moment. And when these two oxpeckers started going at it, they're fighting. That's what they're doing up in the corner here. They're fighting right here. They knocked this guy off. He's like, what the hell's going on? I was just eating. And these two guys start fighting. I got one frame of that. And the only reason I got that is I was just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. Okay. Sometimes the action is so quick, you don't have time. These are adolescent vervet monkeys. They're the most populous monkey in the world. But they are just so much fun to photograph. So these are two monkeys that were playing. This older guy on top was just tormenting this poor guy. Just would not leave him alone. And finally, this guy runs away, and he gets on this branch, and he's sitting there, and he's thinking he's safe. He doesn't know it. I can see it. He doesn't know it. I see this guy. He's climbing across the branch in the top. And I'm looking going, oh, he's going to drop on his head. And I literally just spun the camera to get it to vertical, brought it up, and I got 2 frames when that one dropped down on top of him. Okay. Waiting for that moment. That's like Brissant says, it's that specific moment, like where he's reaching out and he's grabbing his cheek, click. But you have to be ready. You have to know. I already knew that my f-stop was as shallow as I could go for my depth of field, because I wanted this background to be completely blurred. I wanted them to really just jump out of there. And these guys' faces are tack sharp. And the reason for that is an analog called facial and eye recognition that all the manufacturers have now. Dear God, that is the best thing on the planet. Shooting stuff like this, I didn't have to think about it. That's another dance between your art and the technology. No problem with using it, just know how to use it. Okay. All right, so this is my friend Adam Joaquin. He's a full-blooded Comanche, and he can ride a horse like nobody. This is bareback, full-on gallop. It's a workshop I was working on a couple years ago up in northern Colorado. So we had him running back and forth, and we put him up, so he's backlit. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put him against a dark background. If I can position myself so that my subject is against a dark background when they're backlit, it makes them pop right out of the scene. But the problem is I've got all this black in the background, and the camera is going to want to affect my exposure because of that. So again, you have to know what your camera's doing in that situation. But for this is the perfect moment. I noticed he was running, when he was running his horse, he did it back and forth a couple times, that this little amulet that he had around his neck, every time the horse would go down, the amulet would hover, and Adam would go down into the horse. So I'm shooting him as I'm going by in 3 bursts. I'd see the amulet come up, pow, 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 waiting for that perfect moment for all of the elements to come together. That's the decisive moment. This is, I think Truett's like 10 now. So we're back to the Abbott Ranch. Truett's about 10 years old, and this young man can throw a lariat. It's amazing what he could do. But he is a young boy, and he was getting frustrated. He was getting really frustrated. His lariat wasn't doing. And I love the fact that his ears are squished down inside his hat. Little moments like that. But he was getting really frustrated, and I noticed he had a temper. And so I just stayed on him and stayed on him and stayed on him until his gasket blew. But because I was on him, it happened so split. I mean, I had seconds. And as he brought the rope up, that one loop just framed his face perfectly. And the ears are still under his hat. Okay? Sometimes those little decisive moments, and remember, a decisive moment is all the elements in a photograph coming together for that one perfect moment. How long did it take, do you notice, that his tongue is sticking out? Sometimes it's the subtle little things. I call them like Easter eggs, photo Easter eggs. You look in the picture, the first thing you go, oh, that's cool. Oh, his tongue's sticking out. It's cool. Okay? But all the elements come together, even capturing the lasso. The horse has the same expression. Thank you. Okay. So the pictures I'm showing you, each one of them, I hope has a story. I feel they does. Just like this picture of Chris. This is in the fall. They have to do, they basically have to do preg check, where they have to check their cattle for pregnancy. It's not fun. I'm sure it doesn't sound fun what they have to do to do this, but it's exhausting. So keep in mind, Chris is 72 years old. This day was the end of a 14-hour day. So how do you show that in a man's face? Through him walking into the kitchen house. He sits down at the counter and he just leans back and the light's coming through the kitchen window. And he's just staring off into space. He's not saying a word. And I can only imagine what his mind is going through. You know, the loss of his 6th-generation farm, how tired he is. So how do you capture that? Is being aware of that moment, that your subject gives you that gift, that moment that you capture it. And that picture tells a story just by itself. Sometimes you have to be patient. This was one day we're at the Rabbit Ranch, and this is friends, family, there's probably about 20 people together. And so when you put cowboys and beer together, you never know what's going to happen. You really don't. But they got their family there, and these are the 2 boys here, and I'm in my side-by-side following these guys, and it's dusty as hell. So I'm driving with my side-by-side, and I have my camera, and I have a 400 millimeter wrapped in my jacket on my lap, and I'm driving across the field. And these guys stop, and I'm like, what's going on? And I think his name is Trent, this kid right up here on the right in the helmet. He was facing forward, and he was just looking back. But I was like, oh, that would be great if he looked back for me. As soon as I said that, he looked back. And because I had the camera up and I was ready for that one moment, the picture would have been fine if he was looking forward. It would have been fine. It would have been fine. But I wanted that one moment, him turning back. But because I was ready, you know, it takes discipline and awareness of your whole situation around you. That's the military gets to teach you situational awareness. Use that in your photography. You know, don't be afraid to trust your instincts. Okay? Pretty simple. All right. All right, we already saw that one. All right, so we're going to jump into leading lines. All right, leading lines are pretty simple, guys. They either lead into the scene, out of the scene. They can come from your subject and go into the scene like this picture here, or they can go and lead to the subject. Depends upon, you can go either way. Okay. Leading lines are great for showing direction. Diagonal lines coming across your scene make it feel strength in that photo and speed. Curvy leading lines offer tranquility, makes us feel, you know, not sure how much of this is true, but it does, this you're thinking the difference between this and that, pretty big. This is strong, bold, curves, soft. So, so they can start from any direction. They can be part of something. In this case, you know, it's the horses. So the subject becomes the leading line or the lines of strength in the photograph or the actual environment around them. So how do you actually take a photograph of a cattle ranch when they're bringing in 1,500 head of cattle to be branded. That you basically get up on the highest hill you can find, wait for that anchor point to come in. There's my leading line, starts here at the anchor point, leads me into the picture, across the land. So it can be a physical aspect of the land, or, like I said, it could be animals, creatures, anything else that leads us into there. All right, next one, my favorite compositional element, rules of thirds. All right, so I'm going to give us this fancy grid here. Basically, rules of thirds is when we put our subject in anywhere else other than the middle. You guys heard, people, I'm sure you guys have all heard that, rules of thirds. All right, has anyone ever explained to you why rules of thirds and some of these other compositional elements are so important to our photography? Because every single one of those compositional elements creates an image that you could not see there otherwise. Okay? And what I mean by that, all right? So if I'm talking, your name is? Jose. Jose. So I'm talking to Jose. Where do I put Jose in my field of view? Right here in the middle, right? If I talk to Jose like this, hey, Jose, how's it going? You doing pretty good? Out this corner, I push him to the corners of my vision. You don't talk to somebody like that. You come into a scene, you don't look at a scene from the side, you look at straight on. So when we create images using rules of third by pushing the main subject into that far right corner, we basically jar our brain into going, whoa, I've never seen that before, because we're not looking at the center. We're not placing the subject in the center of the vision. And that's why it works. It's eye candy. It's generating a view that if I was standing here looking at this young man playing on the corral, I would put him in my center of view. By pushing him simply off to the left, right, bottom, any of the corners, I create a view that is unique to the human brain. Sometimes you can go really extreme. Eye candy. It's just eye candy. That's all that is. It's a Maasai warrior woman in the village selling some of the bracelets that she had. I just like, oh my gosh, she is gorgeous. What a beautiful human being. And she just had this smile. But the background was all cluttered, and it was the shop, and there was other women back there. And so I literally, this is how I shot it. This wasn't cropped this way. This is how I shot it. So it could have worked. I think it did. It could have failed. But I tried. Success isn't always the best. All right? So I like to shoot portraits. And the great thing about portraits is now you can absolutely control the light. So this is a gentleman named Silverbutt Chuck. Met him a few years ago. That is his name. And I should probably say, I met Chuck's mustache. Because you guys all know Sam Elliott. He's been on Yellowstone, yeah. So that's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh my God, that's an epistache. That's awesome. I have to do a portrait of him. And so I talked to him, and he said, yeah, I'll do it. It'd be great to do it. And he was all game and everything. And I brought in I had a it was about a 6 foot, big Octabank, big bank. So I lit, and I put it way, 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 way up above his head. And I'm getting ready to shoot, and I know what I wanted. This was the view I wanted. But then he goes, hey, he was like, I got my rifle here. You want that in the picture? I said, yeah, what kind of rifle is it? I said, oh, it's my great-grandfather's from 1883. Oh, dear God, yes. Please bring that. And he came in, and I said, hey, just throw that over your shoulder. And I brought the light up. And basically what I was trying to get, I wasn't trying to get a picture of Chuck. I was trying to get a picture of Chuck's mustache. You know, it's kind of like, just say you're trying to take a picture of a mustache, but not say you're trying to take a picture of a mustache. That's what I did here. I used the prop of the gun to frame in his face. I slammed him all the way over to the left, had him look into the space, the dark space. And then I put the light all the way up, so the only light that was on his face was just his stash. I controlled every single aspect of it, but I was using this amazing technology that we have now between the cameras and the flash and everything else. So I danced. That's what this dance is. Yes, in the back. Above. Yep. The question is, was the light from above or from the side? It was kind of off to the side and above. So I just got that one side of his face. Yep. So how do you get the light right there on the butt? on the rifle. That's just the residual light that came. The 6-foot bank is massive. It pours out this beautiful soft light. This kind of settles over your subject like a blanket. So it works out really, really well. All right. So now we're going to jump over to this kid's name is Chris, and I said, hey, I'd like to do a portrait of you. And he said, oh, I'd rather not. And he's like, I said, why? I said, it's no problem. He's like, well, you know, I kind of got a dark past. And I said, oh, I said, yeah, but I won't even show your face. How's that? And he's like, yeah, I got a dark past. I'm just trying to find the light, dude. And I said, oh, that's how I'm going to shoot it. So I pushed him. Instead of giving space, I pushed him into this corner like he's moving into the light from the darkness. And I lit it that way very purposely after he told me that. All right. So sometimes you break the rules. This is 4-year-old Maya, and I'm with her dad, Drew. We're in the Sandhills, and walking out to check on some Drew's cattle, and Maya finds this ornate box turtle. They're harmless, and she just thinks it's just amazing. And I turn around, I see this, and I thought, oh, this is amazing. And I got a couple different shots, but the one I loved was this one. And the reason I liked it was, one, obviously her expression, and just kind of tentatively holding this turtle that peed on her about 30 seconds after I took this. But I put her right in the middle. That breaks the rules of third, Mark, right? You never put the subject in the middle. Once you learn how to compose, you can learn how to decompose. I'm here all week, thanks. Right? So by putting her right in the middle, it not only accented her holding the turtle, your eyes, there's no doubt where I want you to look. There's no doubt in your mind. You look right at her. But then you go, whoa, where is she? That's a big empty. And that's created by putting her right in the middle instead of off to the side. This great expanse. Okay? Or in the documenting of cowboys, the life is chaotic. You know, I've grown to love to shoot the Western way and everything that comes with it, but it is a wild life. I'll be honest with you, some of Yellowstone is pretty true. The train station, not so much, but Yellowstone it does portray the cowboy life pretty well. These guys are vagabonds. They move around a lot. But we're in the middle of a roundup here, and it's chaos, just chaos. Probably about 40 horses, 40 men, probably 200 horses off they're trying to catch. And this one cowboy wanders off to get his horse a drink. So this is a very, very quiet moment. And again, I put it right in the middle. And I put them right in the middle for the reason that these banks along the water act like leading lines. I'm literally pointing a target for you to go, ding, look right here, this is where I want you to look. It's very obvious where I want you to look. And I've been told that my pictures I tell you exactly where I want you to look, either through light, composition, or any of the other elements. And it's easy to do if you just practice it every single day. All right, framing and geometry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, mostly framing. So this is Carver and A.J. Abbott. They are the sons of Chris Abbott. They are the 6th generation at this ranch. And they're working the cattle that day for branding and checkup. Okay, it's not uncommon to be working 4 or 5 hours each day, break, go back and work another 4 or 5 hours, break, and go back and work until sunset. It's amazing hard work that these guys do. Okay, so the framing is the actual lasso of another cowboy right here. So in front of these guys is another cowboy with a lasso, flinging it. And I'm just photographing. All of a sudden, I see this lasso looping across these guys. And I used what I like to refer to as photographic precognition. I don't have to close my eyes. I can see the picture. And that comes from being aware of your environment. Yes, I've been shooting the Western life for a long time. I've been around horses my whole life, so I know the behavior. I know what they're doing out there. I'm welcome out there. I've lived out at their ranch for months at a time over the last 3 years. So, but framing, you can use anything for framing. Anything for framing. Framing works great in so many different ways. First way is where I want you to look. There's nothing else in focus in this picture. Nothing, except for that cowboy with the lasso in the back. And it's all this framing on the bottom that holds that little corner up in there. So now what else? What is the other compositional element we have here? Rules of third. So you start layering compositional elements within each one of the photographs, you can't lose. Your photography, your photography will have a feeling to it. People will tell you, yeah, the best thing you can get from something is like, man, your picture really made me feel happy, sad, glad, joy. It made me feel something. Okay? And I argue, the more compositional elements that you put into your photography, the more authentic it's going to feel, and thereby generate more emotion from your readers. Okay? Sometimes framing gets a little dangerous. No, I'm just kidding. It was a remote. 14 millimeter. Told the cowboy, I said, lead that group up, and I'm going to put this little clod of dirt on the other side of this ditch. That's where the camera's going to be. And he says, all right, you want me to avoid it? I said, no, I want you to jump over it. Well, that's when I worked for a camera company. I could get shit for free. I'd probably still do it. So basically, he comes running across, and he hits his mark perfectly. And the only thing I can do is just jam on the remote. Please. And this is the picture I got. Okay? You can't, it was everything coming together. Yeah, it was a little bit about luck, that I got the horses right underneath the other horse. But I prepared myself. I trained myself. I knew this shot was possible. So we did. We made it happen. Last on framing, or not the last one, but framing also helps. You can't see it because it's framed. This is shot through 2 slats of the corral of a cowboy working. The reason I did it this way is the background behind him is just crap. It's like a big red barn, telephone lines, all this other stuff that if it was in the photograph, even out of focus, it would be distracting. So I literally said, let me solve that problem by just shoot right through the 2 slats. Behind this slat right here is a red barn and telephone lines. And down here is a bunch of saddles that are sitting. It's just junk. So I just framed them through that slat. Yes, question?
How do you separate framing from just that being dead space? Like some people would say, I need to pop it more, or what's your interpretation?
Okay, so the question is what makes the difference between framing and dead space? They're very, very similar. Framing normally uses an object to basically isolate your subject. Normally it's going to be out of focus, but not always. I'll show you a couple that aren't. They're different in the fact that framing uses some kind of object to create that compositional element, where open space is just open space. It does give the picture room to breathe here, because we do have this dead space in the top and bottom, but it's slightly, in my mind, it's slightly different, where you can have an open space where I'll show you some pictures on that, but I'll explain it to you when we hit that. Okay? So framing, instead of using object, in this particular case, I'm using object and color to frame my subject. This is Abe. Again, cannot take a bad picture of Abe. It's impossible. Impossible to take a bad picture of Abe. And I'll demonstrate it. This is Abe standing in a doorway. Quick shot I shot of it. I mean, look at that. Look at those freckles. So he's gonna be a wonderful young man when he grows up. He's already a great cowboy. So we were there during a snowstorm, and I saw this, and I said, oh, that's really great. I could have stopped. I could have said, yeah, it's a great shot. I got the framing of the doorway. It's nice. But then I realized, oh, look at the snowflakes. I need to make the snow part of the picture. So I started shooting, and I said, I need it to be vertical as well. I like that. I'm going to keep working it. I'm going to go real slow shutter. I don't like that. That's not going to work. Don't like that. All right. I started taking a couple other shots, and I noticed I've got a lot of stuff on his face. I have to avoid that. So I shot quite a bit until I got to the point where I found one where I said, okay, there's no snowflakes across his face. All the snowflakes in front of him are blurry because I am at 5'6" at 200 millimeter. So my depth of field is really shallow. So just he is in focus. So all the snowflakes in front of him become part of the photograph. And it gives you that. So instead of just kind of stopping and waiting and just going with that first photograph, I kept on pushing it, adding the different elements, changing my orientation, changing my exposure, changing my f-stop, not letting the technology tell me which way it needs to go. So I went from that to that. If I had got the first one, I didn't do anything. I was probably on shutter priority or probably aperture priority, autofocus, and that's what the camera gave me. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Is it as strong as the photograph on the right? I argue no. Not even close. So now we'll jump into balance and symmetry. Balance is understandable, real easy. Symmetry is basically having multiple items in a photograph, same size, that mirror each other on both sides. So in other words, you could fold a photograph in half, you would have the same image on both sides, and that's symmetry. Okay? This first photograph is balance. Okay? This is in the Archery Breaks in Kansas. It's a 36-mile long, desolate piece of land. It has to be the most desolate piece of land in the United States. There's nothing out there. This is where all the sandstorm started. There's homesteads out there that are just abandoned from the 20s and the 30s. Okay, there's nothing out there. Except for my friend Brent, who has about 700 head of cattle, or excuse me, 700 bison at his ranch. And I was called out to this, and it's a ceremony where he was donating a albino bison to one of the nations north up in Montana, the Kickapoo Nation. Okay? So the balance is between these teepees and the ornate skull on top there. And if you're wondering, I know you guys are, what does an albino bison look like, Mark? That's what they look like. These are fairly domesticated bison. Do not attempt this in the wild. Do not. That's what they look like. That's albino. Pretty much all the nations consider them sacred. They take them back to their nation and they use them for ceremonies and stuff. Okay. All right. So now we have symmetry. This is symmetry. You've got three like sizes balanced within the photograph going across. Okay? Or you get blessed by the photo gods and you have 4 giraffes lined up in front of a sunset in Kenya. Okay. That's symmetry. See how the center of the picture, if I fold this picture right down the middle here, you open it up and it's just a mirror on both sides, and that's symmetry. And it's eye candy. That's all it is eye candy for our eyes. Okay? The pattern. Did you know that a group of zebras is called a dazzle? That is just the best ever. A dazzle. It's so appropriate. So, and to say, I know you're going to ask. You say, yeah, are they white stripes on black or black stripes on white? Neither. Their skin is white, and the stripes are black hairs. And they do that to confuse the lions because lions are colorblind. And they think it's just light and shadows. What the zebras do, they do the same thing. Horses do this. You'll see horses do this. When they get tired of holding their head up, they'll walk on over to one of their buddies and they'll rest their head on the other buddy, and they just get this. So all it was just simple. They started doing that, and I just started waiting for a perfect symmetrical balance of 2 of them together. So you can just fold it right in half and bring it back out again. Right? This is red elephants of West Savo Park. It's the only place in the world that you can see the red elephants. And they're red because of the volcanic clay that they use to spray on themselves to keep the mosquitoes and the bugs from biting them. And if you've never been around a wild elephant, put it on your bucket list. The power, the energy that these creatures put off is just astronomical. So you can see, again, this is a symmetrical, where now we're using the 2 eyes. It's almost perfectly centered. And I shot it that way. This is full frame. I shoot, whenever possible, I always crop in camera, whenever possible. It's probably from the days of shooting rolls and rolls of Kodachrome 64. when you didn't have a channel. Yeah, so. All right, so now, question was earlier about negative space. Okay? Negative and open space, as you can see now, this basically, you have to have a clean space that has nothing in it that's going to distract us from where I want you to look. So in this case, I want you to look right here. But because there's nothing else, and we got the light here, you're looking right here. Negative space, there's nothing in it, there's nothing in front of it. Okay? So I can create this feeling of what's surrounding the subject. That's what we're kind of going for. But it does have to be a very clean shot. Okay? So this is Chris Abbott again. It takes a lot to take care of 3,000 head of the cattle. The Nebraska Sandhills have a way of humbling you. The space, if you've never been there, can be overwhelming. I've never been in it. Everything in this picture to the horizon is Chris's property. It belongs to him. And it takes that much to run a ranch of thousands and thousands of cattle. It's like these green hills are just kind of rolling off to the horizon to take a rest. It's unbelievable. Okay? But to capture that, to show that immense space, other than a drone, it's going to take that use of empty space to create that. Sometimes the photo gods bless you, and while you're trying to create a photograph with empty space in it and single subject, you have a cloud that looks like a cow looking down upon them. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky. Applies to all season. Nothing better, nothing more quintessential than a boy and his dog playing in the winter snow. Okay. A lone rider in the high plains of northern Colorado getting ready to drive the largest horse roundup in the world. 1,500 horses. It's loud and smelly.
Mark, is that a fence?
What's that?
Is that a fence?
A fence, yep.
A long fence.
Long fence. That's a lot of horses. Okay. All right. And then this is one of the last remaining one-room schoolhouses that sits on the wide plains of the Nebraska Sandhills. This is on another ranch. This is on the ranch next over, a couple miles over. And it's one of the last standing. It's not used anymore. But how do you show just the amazing expanse and a building that was built 100 years ago? I mean, the wind that hits this is coming from California. And it's out there. The piano that the teacher used to play on is in there. It's still in there. And we interviewed the last teacher that taught in this school for our film, because she taught all 5 of the Abbott kids in this school. And we found that out. So that's why this picture is important to that story. Okay. All right, so now we've got a little demonstration here. I'm going to tear apart one of my shoots. I'm in Cappadocia, Turkey. We've got a model, and we bring her into a Turkish lamp store to shoot a portrait. The first thing I did is I just basically put her right there. Off to her left, I've got a Westcott Beauty dish and an FJ 200 head. So that's a 200 watt head. And I've got somebody holding the light. They're just kind of holding it on her. And I fired this shot. Didn't check my exposures. I just looked right here. I'm at f14, that's my aperture. Shutter speed is 1/250th of a second. My ISO is 125. I want you to watch those numbers because they're important. Okay? So didn't think anything, put the camera, the flash is on TTL, so it gives me a proper amount of light on her face. That's all I wanted to know for now. I take her out, I let her give a break. I get one of our fixtures that helps us out, and I said, go stand right there for me. I need to get this balanced out. So I started a vertical. I said, all right, I like that, I like it, but I think it's too busy. I don't like these lights here, but we'll think about it. Now you'll notice I'm still at ISO 125. My aperture is f11. My shutter speed's at 125 now. You know, my numbers are coming down. All right? So I turn vertical and I go, all right, I think I like the vertical better, but my God, what is all this crap back here? See these 2 guys standing back here? See this street scene out in the background? I don't want that. I need to get rid of it. How the hell do you get rid of that, Mark? Well, I want it to be my backdrop, but it needs to be blown out. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to take it. Now I'm at 5.6 at 125, still at ISO. That background's starting to go out, but it's not quite enough. Not enough yet. I know I'm going to have to go down probably at least 2 more stops before I do that. But this background needs to come down as well. And I want my depth of field to be fairly shallow because I want the background to kind of drop off behind her. So my next setup is to change that basically to ISO, still 125. Now my aperture is f4. My shutter speed has dropped all the way down to 180. But that gave me f4. That's what I wanted. It gives me my shallow depth of field. And what that's doing is she's standing here at the line of this lamp and that lamp. And they're sharp. And as they drop off, they go back into the background, they drop out of focus. It literally is creating a target where I'm like, look right here. I want you to look right here. And that's what it looks like. I did not let the camera control me. I controlled the camera according to the situation. I wanted these lights to come up. From the first picture to this picture, those lights didn't change. Those lights were on the whole time. But because of the exposure I was choosing, the camera wasn't seeing it. I was seeing it. And so, I'm just going to drop my exposure all the way down. And that does 2 things. Well, actually 3. 1, it blows out that background. I could have had a man or a woman walking behind her. I would have never seen them. They wouldn't have been in the picture because I let the background get blown out because of my exposure. My f4 basically give me a real shallow depth of field, so these lamps back here are out of focus, so there's no distraction. And I'm using the framing of all these lamps around her. And then I'm just kicking a little bit of light into her face with a nice little beauty dish, which then, it's hard to read on the screen here, but on her neck is the word Earth. So as I call this Earth Girl. All right. So, I'm going to keep moving real quick. Am I doing all right? Brian, doing good? Wrap it up. All right, wrap it up. All right, so we're going to go back. This is Chris. I'm at the farm. I'm at the Abbott Ranch, and they're having a barbecue. And I thought, this would be great to get some nice tight face shots of AJ and Carver and their dad. So I'm doing that, and I'm going through and I'm shooting these pictures, and I get a nice portrait there. I like it. That's pretty. It's nice. I like it. Nothing special. It's a nice moment. Okay. Once I got that, I'm feeling pretty safe. I'm feeling pretty good. All right, I've got a nice portrait of him. I like it. And I noticed the way he was sitting, the background was real clean behind him. And then I said, how do I illustrate this man who I admire deeply, how strong he is and how powerful he is? And I said, I remember his eyes. His eyes are so intense. How do I capture that? Like that. Don't be afraid to shoot like nobody else. A lot of people might look at that and go, well, why'd you cut off the bottom of his face? But the people that are sitting in this room, hopefully went, ooh. Because that's not the way you would look at that scene. I'm making you look at it like that. I'm forcing you to look at his eyes. There is absolutely no doubt that's where that's where I want you to look. There's no doubt in your mind. And that's just by taking a chance. Okay? All right, I'm going to show the last part, and then we're going to be done. And we'll go open to questions. So what you're going to be tasked with doing here very shortly, you're going to be given a task to go out and shoot something, shoot a story. All right? So I'm going to show you just a quick 7 slides. No caption. I'm not going to say a word. And at the end, hopefully you can tell me what's going on. All right, what's going on? Sheep shearing. Did any of those pictures need captions? Once you got into it? Didn't need a caption. They told the story by themselves as a group. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll open up the questions. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I want to, before I open the question, I just want to tell you guys, don't be afraid of failing. I can't stress that enough. This is a perfect place to push yourself, and we will. You heard it earlier. We will push you. We're going to make you go beyond your comfort zone, and that's where the magic is. That's where the magic is. So, any questions at all?
I got something to say. Do you notice what I said earlier on, that we all speak in the same language but a different accent? Saying the same damn thing I said, everybody's saying the same thing. It's a different language. You just have to understand what the accent is.
Thanks, Chip. From you, I take that. Thank you very much, Chip.
All right, everybody. Mark's going to be here throughout the weekend. Mark, I think you are mentoring a team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're holding the crown. That's the championship.
She did all the work.
Yeah. Well, we do take pride as mentors and editors to when some of our students go on to win the grand prize. So if you have any questions for Mark, definitely reach out to him. We're going to take 5 minutes to rush to the bathrooms, or get some waters, or just stand up and stretch before we bring Amy up. But try to keep it at 5 minutes so that we can keep everything on schedule, because we want you guys to finish putting your themes on the board. This is going to be the last opportunity. After Amy's presentation, we're going to pull those and start putting them down so we can pull it after Kenny's presentation. All right, so make sure you get your themes in.
You're good. You're good.
take the ones with the other home?
Yeah.
Jamie and Chris are here. Chris Anderson.
Howard, I haven't seen, but he usually shows up the next day. He'll probably be here.
Thank you all for getting back into your seats and behaving. Mostly these two right up front. Damn ahos and McCoys. All right, we're just missing a few on this side of the classroom. No, I don't need any chocolate, thank you. All right, Sam's working some stuff in the back. Let me just go ahead and start by introducing Amy Davis, who is a 38-year veteran of the Baltimore Sun, newspaper photographer, who was a part of a team that also won the Pulitzer Prize in 2020. Retired now, Amy's been has put out a book, Flickering Treasures, where she has gone out and documented the, I guess, desolate, decrepit movie theaters of Baltimore. So we're in for a treat on that because that just sounds cool as hell anyway. Sam, are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Amy Davis.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Well, it just happens on short notice. This is the closest thing I could come up with that's like a lasso. So Mark was a tough act to follow here. But this, of course, is what's fabulous about photography. We go from 1 minute from the big skies and cowboys to gritty Baltimore City and beyond. So thanks, everybody, for being here. And thanks, Brian, for organizing this. And Christoph for roping me into it. And for you all for being here. So Brian had asked me to speak about my book, Flickering Treasures. Came out in 2017, actually. And because I have to, oh, wait a minute. I don't want to start racing through here, so excuse me. Let me just make one adjustment here. Sorry about that. Let me just be able to pause them. So anyway, unfortunately, I have to pick up my son right after this. So I wish you all good luck with the shoot-off. I thought maybe I would just pass the book around since I won't be able to stick around afterwards. So just try not to get chicken salad fingerprints on it, but maybe you could just pass it around so people get a sense of that. Before I talk about my work at the Sun and about the book, I thought I'd share some work that I did on 9/11. So given the volatile nature of the world today, and in Iran in particular, I thought we could first travel back in time to 9/11, even though I realize a lot of you weren't even born then. But anyway, most of these pictures, these are just outtakes really, that I pulled out when I decided to do this talk. Oh damn, it is still going on me here. Let me see, it's advancing on its own, I think, or maybe I just hit it. Okay, let's see what happens. But anyway, I ended up, this turned out to be a very memorable assignment for me because it's something that affects us to this day. On the morning of 9/11, I was heading to the Eastern Shore for a feature assignment. I heard the news on the radio that the World Trade Center had been attacked. So I was in shock like everybody else. And then, as I was on the Bay Bridge, and it was a gorgeous, beautiful day, blue sky, clouds, I heard that the Pentagon had been attacked. So while I had been driving over and listening to the news, I thought, gosh, I hope we're sending somebody to New York to cover this because this sounds really, really big. And then I heard that news. So I made a calculation while I was driving over to the, driving over the Bay Bridge that, oh man, let me see what's, oh, here we go. We're moving along. I realized that I was already south of the city and I could get to DC and Virginia, the Pentagon, faster than somebody who's back in Baltimore. So when I got over the bridge, I just made a U-turn and headed to the Pentagon. As I approached, as I drove to the Pentagon, the assignment editor called me, oh, actually I called him and said, I'm going there. I didn't ask for permission. I just said, I'm heading there now. And as I was going there, I thought, well, let me see how I can figure this out. But the assignment editor, when he called me, he said the Washington Monument had been hit as well. And I thought, good grief, I'm just one person. Like, how can I logistically do the monument, the Pentagon? This is like too much. And so anyway, I decided to do what all photographers do in the field when your editor tells you to do something that doesn't really make sense. I just ignored him, kept on to the Pentagon. And I recall trying to park nearby and thinking, I might get a ticket. I'm parking illegally. And then I realized that no one's going to be giving out tickets on a day like this. So anyway, I got there and I started running into these people. And they all looked sort of zombie-like, expressionless. They were so dazed. And I made my way over to a security shack that was on a berm above the Pentagon. And the guard said, nope, you can't go any further than this. So I just stood there and I'm like, I got this close, now what do I do? So I tried to make my case that this was history in the making and needed to be documented and I really needed to go take pictures, pretty please. No dice. So anyway, I just stood there. I tried to make some small talk, just trying to get common ground on like just how surreal this smoke-filled scene was in front of us, and still nothing. So I just waited. And I thought, I'm this close, and I'm gonna be here, what am I gonna do? He must have seen, I just shut up. He must have seen the pain look on my face. And I just looked anguished, I'm sure. So finally, he just gave up and he said, go, and he waved his hand like that. I ran down, and then I had a second piece of luck. I ran into a photographer, a forensic photographer with the DOD named Nancy Olds, and we agreed to team up together. She had a badge, of course I had nothing that counted. So I just stuck to her like her shadow and followed her down. And when we got down to the parking lot area, then I sort of took over and said, this is how we should do it, because I knew from covering crime scenes in Baltimore that are secured by police tape and all that. I knew how to skulk around and, you know, get the pictures I needed. So I showed her how to sort of slink around the cars and do that. So there were still flames there, and this was actually quite a little bit after it had happened. It was just so massive. And anyway, it was just, the whole time I was there, it did really feel surreal. FBI folks were there carrying off evidence and so on. And to this day, Nancy stays in touch with me. She gets in touch with me every 9/11 and holidays and so on. It was such a bond doing this thing together. This picture actually won an award with the MPPA. Of course, they're gathering evidence there. And this one was published, and also the next one. I'm advancing the pictures, and they're not really going, so I may have to go back to my slideshow and see what's happening. Okay, wait a minute. All right, maybe my touch on my finger is not good enough. Okay, here we go again. Sorry about that. It's just a little delayed reaction, I didn't realize. This picture ran on the front page of the Sun the next day. And I think to me, it spoke of just the immensity of the situation. But as we know, the story didn't end there. It's still with us today. So these are just a handful of pictures showing the aftermath as the National Guard was called up. And the different scenes over the next few years as we went into Afghanistan, Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now this is weird. It's showing another picture on my screen and not that one. I'm not in, okay, now I'm in sync. Sorry about that. There are lots of poignant scenes like this. You probably have all covered stuff like this yourselves. I just want to say, you probably, because of the work you do, you probably have friends and family in the military, some of whom are going to be in harm's way. I don't know if you know any paratroopers who are standing ready to go into Iran now, but my heart is with everybody about that. And another thing that happened was, of course, the protests, the pushback against war. These were anarchists protesting at the second inaugural of George W. Bush. And the police cops, the DC police were pretty rough with them. So I just wanted to share that as a little detour before I get into a little bit of my work from Baltimore City. And of course, the protests continue today. There's a big one tomorrow, right? So these are just really tough times for everybody. So now I'm just going to do some pictures from my time at the Sun, mostly just single shots because they're faster to go through in a setting like this. And I can talk a little bit about my work, but I'm not really going to get into the photos. But if you have questions, we can certainly get back to it afterwards. So the work that I wanted to show work from the city because it was really my experiences in the city that shaped my thinking about Baltimore and made me want to do my book project. We do a lot of weather photos, that kind of stuff. Basically filler art, but it gives you the chance to explore. I got to poke around all the nooks and crannies of Baltimore, and that really was fun. My work was also influenced by my training at Cooper Union, or I have a fine art degree. At Cooper Union, they didn't teach photojournalism. They didn't really teach you, they didn't even consider photojournalism. They didn't even consider how to teach you how to earn a living, but they taught you how to problem solve. And problem solving, they figured you would figure it out. So I figured out being a photographer would be a way to make a living and also still make art, even if it wasn't art with a capital A. It would be working with people and image making. This was part of a series I did. This was this was to try to get people into drug rehab. These billboards were all around town. I interviewed people about their connections with drug addiction. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm still getting a little delay when I hit the advance button on my thing. This is when things were heating up after Freddie Gray died in 2015. So I came to love Baltimore, came here in '87, and it's a big-hearted place with down-to-earth people, and the way it looked is really cool. It's very photogenic with the brick and formstone and just the waterfront and the street life. It's really a fun place to take pictures. You can sort of see the urban scene behind the clown thing there. So enterprise, weather art, that's what a lot of these things are called. But anyway, despite the charms of Charm City, it was impossible to ignore how deep-rooted the poverty was. The city is wrapped in segregation, addiction, disinvestment, you name it. I also noticed that the most blighted neighborhoods seem to be invisible, to be ignored, and in contrast to other parts of the city which were more or less functioning. This woman, the whole block where this woman lived was razed. I did a feature on her. She grew up here. She said, "It's the ghetto, but it's my ghetto." Anyway, this is the classic, this framing is the form stone, which is what covers a lot of the brick in Baltimore. It's a very distinctive characteristic of Baltimore. So, as a newspaper photographer, you get the privilege, and I really do mean it as a privilege, to enter people's lives. Many times I found myself in row homes where families were grieving the loss of their loved ones, to gun violence, or to drugs, etc. I wanted to address the toll of the violence and the disinvestment. We all know how high the homicide rate was in Baltimore for many, many years. But my thoughts about it were still unformed. By the early 2000s, the future of newspapers, including the Sun, began to look very shaky. I didn't take this picture, but these were the presses at the Sun plant. They have since been junked and sold for scrap metal. The industry didn't understand the internet, and they missed opportunities to monetize their product. Many publications, the ones that didn't close, cut back on coverage. By 2007, I knew I needed a plan B, but I still loved my work and couldn't imagine not doing photojournalism. I hadn't listened to Larry's LinkedIn speech, so I was a little slow figuring this out. Anyway, almost a third of the Sun staff was laid off, including 9 of my colleagues in the photo department. It was really heartbreaking. Today, there are only 3 staff photographers left at the Sun. When I started, there were about 24. I thought I would show just a few pictures to wrap up of the aftermath of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, because that's back in the news. They're starting to rebuild it. And we had people documenting the actual scene, but I wanted to get the human side of it. And I found this cowboy, the guy in the center, who drove from Texas to create a memorial so people would have a place to come and grieve. And I followed him, and it was a wonderful, wonderful story. He was an amazing, amazing guy. This was one of the brothers of a bridge worker who died. And this is a replica to represent the truck that went over the side. And this girl was at a memorial that was held at the scene. So anyway, my escape hatch turned out to be not a new job, but a new creative outlet. My plan B turned out to be right around the corner. 2 blocks from my home in North Baltimore is the Senator Movie Theater, a 1939 Art Moderne gem. In 2007, the theater faced foreclosure, and I thought, what was going to happen to my beloved neighborhood theater? This is the rotunda. It has these wonderful murals on the inside. Then it hit me that the claim to fame for this theater was that it was the last single-screen theater in Baltimore. So I realized what happened to all of the others. If it was the last one, there were many others that were already shuttered. I thought if I found out what happened to them, I might know what would become of my theater. This simple question sparked my quest to find these mostly forgotten theaters. Since I wasn't from Baltimore, I wasn't aware of a lot of the theaters that had been discarded, but some of them still had their telltale marquees, so that was a clue to get going. So basically, one point I want to make about this was that the seed for many great stories comes from asking one simple question. Mine was, what became of Baltimore theaters? As I discovered, other former movie houses, mostly decrepit and unrecognizable as theaters, I grew more intrigued. Most of them were located on formerly busy commercial corridors, once traversed by streetcar lines. The past one shows a church. Many of them became churches. In between the boarded up stores and homes were liquor stores, bail bondsmen, discount shops, convenience stores, and with plexiglass, bulletproof windows, etc. So this was sort of typical of what Baltimore looked like. I realized these forgotten theaters, ghosts on the battered streets of Baltimore, were a metaphor for a city that had fallen short of its promise. These portals of fantasy couldn't escape the ravages that befell their neighborhood. I figured I could examine the metamorphosis of Baltimore through its old theaters. My documentation of the city's inexorable decline would be more palatable to audiences because of the appealing narrative thread of the movie theaters, icons of faded nostalgia, flamboyance, and innocence. But I wanted the book to be open-ended, not didactic. Give me a second here. The soft focus effects that you see in some of the pictures come from Lens Baby, a specialty lens, which offers selective focus options that are akin to a view camera's tilts and shifts. Using those lenses enabled me to highlight specific architectural features and to also be kind to these decaying structures. In this case, you can barely see the theater at all. Most of all, I wasn't interested in creating ruin porn, the photos that show every flake of peeling paint, though occasionally I gave into that temptation when appropriate. That's the projection booth at the end of the stairs there. Most of all, I was trying to suggest through the veil of soft focus that one's idealized memory of a place is still part of the building's meaning. Lens Baby was also a valuable device to separate my personal project from my daily newspaper assignments. I wanted my head to be in a different place. I typically worked with a tripod because Lens Baby was trickier to focus with. This actually was also handy because I didn't look like I was sneaking pictures. Teenagers would come up to me on a corner, probably drug dealers, and say, "Are you the police?" And I'd say no, but they kind of realized if I was standing there with a tripod, I probably was just some kook and they didn't have to worry about me, although they still scattered. I interviewed more than 300 people to collect the reminiscences in this book. I interviewed one of these two boys toward the very end of his life about being a tap dance vaudeville star at the Hippodrome. I also interviewed a couple of centenarians who recalled the thrill of going to the first talking pictures back in 1928. This was when the first synchronized sound movie came about. For most people, though, it was too painful for them to think about their beloved childhood neighborhoods that had deteriorated. They had moved away as part of the larger exodus of the middle class from the city. This theater has since been torn down. But the fact is that people still live in all of these neighborhoods. And these stomping grounds are still occupied, and the current residents deserve better. That's why it was important to keep people in my photos. The theaters became the backdrop, the sidewalks are the stage, and the passersby become the actors. They are the spark of life that makes a neighborhood viable. This one, New Jam, was so elaborate, it's hard to believe that the black and white that you just saw is that brick facade building in the center of the frame, but that's what was so astonishing in my treasure hunt, was discovering these unrecognizable theaters. As I cycle through some of the 72 theaters that are featured in the book, it may seem like a conventional then and now book. These folks were protesting the fact that there was a ban on movies on Sundays. I chose not to precisely replicate the historic photos by taking new photos from exactly the same vantage point as one would do in a typical then and now book. But I did find that the historic photos inspired my approach. But what I was really trying to do was have a dialogue with the past rather than a replication of it. The juxtaposition between the old and new may trigger different responses, but the meaning will continue to change as each site evolves beyond the slice of time recorded on the book's pages. Here, this was an X-rated theater, the Apex, and I knew I wouldn't be welcome inside to photograph, so I waited until it was up for auction, and that's when I met this guy. So here is the auction, and I noticed everybody was standing up. And then I took a closer look at the seats and I realized why. So Barry Levinson wrote the foreword for the book, which was great. Many of you may, do people still know who Barry Levinson is in this room? Anyway, no? Okay. Barry Levinson is up there in years now, but he was a very big shot film director in the 80s, 90s, and so on. Wag the Dog. He did a Baltimore trilogy, Diner, which is a great movie I recommend, Avalon, Tin Men, those things. So at the beginning of each chapter, the different decades, because the book is chronological, I have quotes that I thought spoke to what I was trying to do in the book, and this one is from Avalon. If I knew things would no longer be, I would have tried to remember better. I also interviewed John Waters. I asked him what his favorite theater was because I was seeking good reminiscences from each theater. And he said, oh, the Earl. And the Earl was this beautiful Art Deco neighborhood theater. But when John was going to it, it was a X-rated porn theater. And he told me that it was really fun and that folks could walk over to the concession stand for their popcorn stark naked, and nobody gave it a second thought. I tried to fact check everything I put in the book. This one was hard to fact check. Although I did do a talk later on, and a guy, as I told the story, nodded, and he came up afterwards and he said, yeah, it's true, it's true. So, let me see. So here we go. There's the book, Flickering Treasures. And basically, Flickering Treasures is a story of one American city. It happens to be Baltimore. And I look at it through the architectural, cultural, and social prism of its theaters over the span of more than a century. It was a great narrative and a great way to structure the book to talk about Baltimore over that span of time. Many readers outside of Baltimore tell me they relate to this saga because everyone who retains intimate memories of their experience inside a theater, dark theater, both communal and personal, can connect to the narratives. This handsome map in the book, the dots show where all the theaters are that I photographed and wrote about. So you can see I was really trying to cover the whole city. And lucky for me, my husband is a designer and map maker, Bob Cronin over there. And so he did this map for me and the graphics. So if anybody's doing a book project and you need a map, he's the man for you. So if you can read the type here, this shows the number of theaters by decades. In 1916, there were 129 theaters in Baltimore City proper. Then by 1950, when Baltimore reached its peak with the post-World War II boom and so on, peak in population, I should say, there were 119 theaters. This was before TV and all the other distractions. Everybody went to the movies. So today, I don't know how many you think might be left, but that chart, even if you can't see the numbers, tells you the answer. Now there are 5 theaters left in Baltimore City. So the few that remain that everybody knows about are the ones that were the big theater palaces downtown, like the Hippodrome, which has the traveling musical productions that come to town. Also the Everyman, which was a vaudeville house, and then it was turned into a parking garage, and then it was revamped into a theater for during the CinemaScope days, and now it's a repertory company. It was rare that I could get a photograph of a theater that still was actually working as a theater. This was the opening weekend for it. So this is a theater in West Baltimore, and it's the only one that actually turned into not a church, but a mosque. They didn't really like me taking pictures there very much. Anyway, I had the nugget of an idea. Find the locations of former theaters, learn how they evolved, and with the understanding that they were continually opening and closing in each decade. So that chart, that graphic that I showed you is a little confusing because it wasn't as if there were a fixed number. They just kept changing. When you delve into a subject, you'll find that you probably won't need to reinvent the wheel, even though you will hopefully develop new insights and fresh images through the interpretation of your subject matter. Early on, I asked an architectural historian how Baltimore differed from other cities in terms of its movie theater history. I knew that there were other cities that had more preserved theater palaces, for instance. This man was very kind, and he replied, "It doesn't really matter. The difference is that the other cities don't have you photographing them." So I held on to that, and I pass this on to you, because you do have to believe in yourself, what is in your heart and mind, and what that will bring to the subject. And as Gina said, be humble and kind while you're doing it. So we'll talk a little bit about the research. And I might be less confused because I'm not going to be cycling through pictures as I'm talking. These wonderful tickets. Now, if you ever gone to a movie theater in recent times, I sure hope you have, you know you get these little bland computer receipts, nothing you want to save. But I met somebody named Robert Headley, who became a mentor of mine, and it's an example of how you don't have to reinvent the wheel. He had already done some books and research and was very generous with his information. If I had to start from scratch, I would still be working on this book. Nonetheless, I did a lot of primary research on my own. But one thing I'll caution you if you are doing a book that involves research is that I came across so many errors where misinformation was repeated over and over and over again by lazy reporting that had just been cribbed from previous lazy reporting. So beware. And when you're doing a project, seek out experts who can broaden your understanding of an issue or the place, the social conditions, whatever it is that you want to delve into. If your project is a collection of your own body of work, seek critiques from a broad cross-section. I attended one photo workshop at International Center of Photography in New York. The teacher was John Gossage, who is a very highly regarded, groundbreaking author of a book called The Pond. So he's, you know, right up there, right in the fine art echelon of photographers. He did not like my book. Okay. But his objective criticisms made the book better. So don't just listen to your friends who are going to say, it's great, it's great. You got to talk to objective people from the outside. When you're doing a project, be realistic in the scope of your project. If, like me, you need to get a drink of water. If, like me, you need to keep your day job, you have to consider that. I chose to stay within the limits of Baltimore City, primarily because I wanted I wanted the book to be about Baltimore. It's my homage to Baltimore, but also it was just a practical consideration. I knew that I wouldn't have the time or budget to travel to surrounding counties. Sometimes I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. There's no place like home, because sometimes what you seek really can be found in your own backyard. As you go about your project, I'm hoping you're all going to be doing projects here, stay passionate. I think others have said that today, just as you are in your day job. Now you have to be a long-distance runner about it. You must be rigorously honest with yourself. Is this project something that will sustain me intellectually and visually for as long as it takes to do it right? The last thing you want is to be sick of the project before it's completed. Ever have an assignment that just dragged on and on? Oh, you couldn't wait for it to be done. You don't want that to happen with your self-assigned stories. And does it have an emotional component that will move others as much as it has moved you? And from an ethical standpoint, you don't want to make a long-term commitment to individual subjects or organizations that you can't keep. To gain the trust of others, which is critical to what we do, is not something to trifle with. So don't commit until you have done enough preliminary research to feel secure in your long-term project. You might also want to break up the project into different segments. In my case, I began by producing a modest photo essay in the Sun on some of the forgotten theaters. After it was published, I got incredible letters from mostly elderly people, and they were written in this curlicue, fancy, old-fashioned script. They were amazing. The folks wanted to share their memories, and most of all, they wanted to chide me for not including their favorite theater. So I was hooked, and I decided this was a book concept worth pursuing. Where I was lucky, not knowing anything about this subject, in addition to not knowing anything about how to do a book, was that this topic turned out to be incredibly rich in so many ways. The technological evolution of film production, the changes in mores and movie-going culture, the varied architecture, the discovery of totally unrecognizable theaters, that was a great treasure hunt, and how they revealed hidden histories of the city. All of this kept me engaged. A thread running throughout the book is race. You can't talk about Baltimore without talking about race and segregation. All the theaters were segregated. Several very poignant reminiscences in the book address this. So Flickering Treasures also tells a story about how all the theaters were finally desegregated in '63. This is an historic part of the book in particular. So if you consider doing a long-term project, you may want to do a smaller take on it first. Maybe a photo essay, a short video, a blog, an article, something like that, social media package. See what the reaction is from the people you show it to and the people who discover it. Don't worry about someone stealing your idea. As the nice architectural historian reminded me, only you will have the vision to tell the story in your way. Get feedback. So when you're actually working on something long-term and you're juggling it with a job, and as I was, and with whatever else is going on in your life, it's hard to carve out the time. I'm sure you already know that just trying to do your jobs, right? Every night I ask myself, what did I do today to advance the project? So it might be just writing an email inquiry or doing some online research, but it's also a lot easier if you have, like I do, a supportive spouse or a partner or close friends to support you along the way. It was really like having 2 full-time jobs for the 9 years it took me to do the book. Once the project was underway, I asked my husband to take over the chore of cooking dinner. He did and became a really excellent cook. And the best part was after the book came out, he still cooks dinner. I also took several leaves of absence during that time to help speed it up. 1 to 2 years, don't get scared by 9 years. 1 to 2 years might be the timetable, especially if you're assembling a book of work already completed. So how to find a publisher. Start with bookstores, even more than online sites, because you want to see the quality of the books that a publisher is producing. And then you can find which publishers are doing books similar to the topic that you're engaged in. There are also, in Baltimore, for instance, there's a gallery that's mostly open on Saturdays called Baltimore Photo Space that showcases a lot of work by smaller, independent, or self-published photographers. There may be something like that in DC. I'm sorry, I can't give you the name for it. Maybe folks can share that afterwards. And then there are big places like ICP in New York. There's an interesting place called Photo Eye Gallery. That's Photo EYE Gallery in Santa Fe. That have very good online bookshops and can keep you plugged into the book world. It's really endless. Naturally, there are also books that help you publish books, and this is a pretty good one. This gets into more detail than I certainly can here. This copy of my book, published by Princeton Architectural Press, which is a very good publisher, came out in 2011. The book is now in its 3rd edition, released by Radius Books, another excellent publisher, in 2023. So you would definitely want to get the recent version. It has a slew of resources and case studies. Some people just decide to do DIY, but to contrast that with publishing, today there are many more small publishing houses who will take on small run projects. We're talking maybe 500 books or something like that. The advantage to having a publisher, beyond the added credibility and greater chance of having your book reviewed and taken seriously, is that they handle the distribution and, to some extent, the publicity. What you want to stay clear of are the old school, what I would call vanity presses. They may charge you more than the cost of self-publishing. So don't get carried away when someone tries to talk you up. They love your project, and then you find out how much they want you to pay them for the privilege of publishing your book. Whether you've identified possible publishers or are doing it yourself, look at the sections for prospective authors on their website. You can find out a lot about what you need to supply to a publisher from their website. Usually this includes a detailed questionnaire. When you submit a proposal or formulate your own pitch, there's one key question that every publisher asked: who is your audience? In my case, I thought Flickering Treasures would appeal to Baltimoreans, of course, every Baltimorean, but also to people who are interested in cinema, architecture, urban studies, photography, history, blah, 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 blah. But that's not how publishers perceived my book. They saw it as a Baltimore book, period, and concluded the market would be too small. So it's good to sort of keep that in mind, because you get fixated on what your subject is, but you got to know how a publisher, or how you, for that matter, are going to market it. I've actually gotten great feedback from readers outside of Baltimore who connect with the book, but nonetheless, I understand that that's how a publisher will look at it. Another thing to consider are university presses. When the national publishers didn't cough up a contract for me, I looked at more regional publishers. In Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, which is the oldest university press in the country, by the way, seemed like a perfect fit. They had a bunch of quirky Maryland titles, so I reached out to them, but unfortunately the editor blew me off. He said the press was no longer interested in doing Maryland books, so that seemed to be a dead end. So I began to look further into self-publishing. While I was working on the book, I was giving frequent talks, mostly to senior groups, to solicit new theater reminiscences to include in the book. But I was also trying to get the word out and to fundraise. I was invited to speak at the Hamilton Club, a very tweedy little place downtown, where I imagined the guys all sat around smoking pipes. So I get there, and it was technically one of the worst presentations I ever gave. It didn't look like this. Their projector bulb had a bluish cast. I had to prop the projector up on a precarious stack of books to get it lined up with the screen. It was a nightmare. Anyway, I plowed ahead. After the slideshow, one of the tweedy guys in attendance turned out to be the editor who I had contacted at Johns Hopkins University Press, who had turned me down. He said, "Amy, now I understand your project. Let's talk." So sometimes a no will turn into a yes. One cautionary postscript about that. When it came time to sign the contract, I saw in the fine print that Johns Hopkins University Press retained the copyright, even though I had expressly told them beforehand that I wanted to retain the copyright. I brought that there to their attention, and they rumphed about it, and like, oops, this was some kind of oversight, we're sorry. But they corrected it. So you need to keep your copyright. Another observation, publishers, and certainly mine, was very paternalistic. Like, don't you worry about it, give us the material and we will take care of the rest. Try to sense how collaborative your prospective publisher will be and whether you will have the necessary input in shaping the book. Flickering Treasures was released in 2017 with a print run of 2,500. Within the first 2 months, sales were so strong that they decided to do a second edition. I think that one was about 500. So while we're talking numbers, now we get to the nitty-gritty of fundraising. Certainly, if you took good notes when Larry was talking with LinkedIn, that'll probably get you off to the right start. Fundraising will eat up a lot of time. It was something else that I knew absolutely nothing about. The head of a foundation in Baltimore, whom I had approached for a donation, this is the catalog when Hopkins was advertising my book when it was a new title. Anyway, I asked a foundation for if they could give me a donation, and they explained to me that I needed to be affiliated with a nonprofit, 501c3 organization, to be a fiscal sponsor. So I found the perfect partner, Creative Alliance, which is housed in this former theater, the Patterson Theater. And it's a great arts center, a great arts hub in Highlandtown in East Baltimore. And it's a perfect anchor in the way that the theaters at one time were anchors when they were movie houses. So the way fiscal sponsorship works is that the organization establishes an account for your project. Your donors write checks to the 501c3 earmarked for your project, and it's tax deductible for them. And most importantly, this creates transparency and professional accountability. No one is left wondering what you did with their money. In return, the 501c3 takes a small percentage, in my case I think it was 6%, of the money raised. I created my own fundraising campaign modeled after Kickstarter and ended up with more than 100 donors. At the time, I was worried that I might not reach the goal set in the Kickstarter campaign. Do you all know how Kickstarter works? Probably. So you have to have a set goal, and if you don't reach it, you don't get your money. So I was nervous about that. But today, I think that's the best way to go, Kickstarter or something like that. Just be realistic about your goal. Then before you launch your campaign, it's essential to harness social media to lay the groundwork. I'm going to repeat that. It's essential to harness social media, everything you can, to get the word out so that your Kickstarter will be off to a good start. Now, we get to the best part, the dirty little secret of publishing houses. For those of you who are not yet involved in publishing, give me a show of hands. Who hasn't done a book or been involved in? Okay, that's most of you. So of the people who raised your hands, how many of you have heard of the term subvention money? Yeah, that's what I said. What? What's that? Subvention money. Basically, subvention money is the upfront funding that the publisher seeks from the author to defray the cost of publishing your book. This comes into play with art books, photo books, books that are going to be more expensive than just publishing a text-only book. The amount one is asked to contribute can range from maybe $10,000 to $50,000 to maybe up to $35,000. But publishers seem to be cagey about the actual amounts, so don't overpromise what you're going to cough up for them. Once I learned about this, I started looking more closely at art books. For the first time, I noticed that the tasteful little logos indicating sponsorship appeared on a lot of books. I had never paid attention to this before. It could be a foundation, a museum, a commercial or a nonprofit entity, something that's aligned with your subject matter. So it's discreet, but that indicates that somebody helps subsidize the cost of the book. So creating books really isn't usually a moneymaker, let's be realistic, when you factor in the time you take and the costs, even if you have direct profits from print sales or royalties. But making a book can be a very effective form of self-promotion, and it can lead to other professional and creative opportunities, absolutely. So needing to share what we witness as photographers with the world is in our DNA. Ideally, you can help make the world a better place with the message you choose to communicate, or you might just want to stir the pot or bring pleasure and beauty to others. In any case, mission accomplished. One nice thing about doing a project is that it stretches you and you learn new skills, but also it opens up new opportunities. A year after the book came out, a major 4,000 square foot solo exhibition of flickering treasures opened at the National Building Museum. This was a whole lot of fun. This was not on my radar screen at all when I started the project, but I began to think about the possibility of a museum exhibit when the book was nearing completion. I reached out to the Building Museum, inquired about how to make a pitch, and worked very hard on an extensive proposal. It felt like writing a thesis, actually. It was very detailed. Anyway, when I got there and met with the curator and the director, they said nobody had ever given them that amount of detail and what the exhibition should look like. And so they made me a co-curator. This was the opening of the exhibition. And I also had made contact with a lot of collectors in the course of doing my research. So there were tons of interesting artifacts that we could add to the exhibit, like this great lion head. It was pretty well received, and the curator said people spent a long time looking through it. So the show was up for 2 years until COVID shuttered the museum. The chairs in the back row here were in the dining room of a couple in Baltimore. They gave up their dining room seating for 2 years to help me out here. Very nice of them. Then in the fall of 2020, another exhibition opened up in Baltimore at the Maryland Center for History and Culture. And that one ran for 2 years. And it was different in approach, but it was also well received. I did walking tours in both DC and for both the National Building Museum and for the Maryland Center for History and Culture for that. So these were just things I didn't even expect would happen. So pitfalls of self-publishing. Let's say you want to do it on your own. If you do so, you might want to look into distribution warehouses, which will store, sell, and ship your books for a percentage, of course, if you don't want to deal with those chores yourself. If you're handling it all by yourself, you have to keep in mind, where are you going to store all these books? Unless you have a big house, it might be better to sell out 500 copies than to fall for the temptation of printing 1,500 because of the lower cost per unit, and then having to deal with 1,000 books sitting around your living room. Instead of a coffee table book, you're going to have a high-top coffee table made of book cartons. And there's one more thing that's sort of a pet peeve I have to share with you. If you are producing the book yourself, please get a professional copy editor to help you, not your cousin. Nothing will diminish the quality and credibility of your book, despite great images, than typos, grammatical mistakes, and formatting errors. When a restaurant like this Burmese joint in Philly spells Burmese wrong, it's amusing. A Turkish restaurant menu in Queens offered an eggplant dish which they intended to describe as aubergine, but what appeared on the menu was Aborigines fried in oil. So it might be endearing for a restaurant, But your book is your calling card, remember that. I was told that to reach out to publishers for a photo book, you do not need an agent. Publishers don't want to wade through a novel that hasn't been vetted by a trusted agent, but they can quickly survey your work to see if it's a good fit. Early on in my process, I created a prototype to send to publishers and donors who didn't want emailed submissions, but I don't think you have to do that anymore. You can design an online mock-up using Canva or something like that to shop your proposal around. Finally, to wrap up, I just want to share briefly, do I still have time? A couple of just a few examples of people who have successfully done Kickstarter. Ben Marson, a fine art photographer in Baltimore, did a book on called Holdouts, different kinds of houses. And another photographer who's based in New York, Brian Rose, is like an idea machine. He's produced 11 books. Initially they were self-published, and now they're by Circa Press. In both cases, the point of the Kickstarter was that the donors would pledge $60, and that meant they'd get a copy of the book. So publishers like that, because then they can get a sense of what their print run should be. His last book was Last Stop, the ends of all the subway stops in New York. Great idea. And then another photographer in Baltimore, Joe Giordano, has done several books. He used to work at City Paper. He does a lot of gritty projects. One on Beth Steele, and one on Trumpland. And there's something interesting about what he did, so I wanted to give you some hope. He has never had to pay subvention money. He uses Instagram. Instagram is a really great way. It's what he uses to reach out to galleries and publishers and so on. And in both cases, the publishers, small publishing houses, sought out his work and printed his books. So you might be able to get around the pesky issue of subvention money. And finally, David Hobby, which probably some of you know, he's the whiz who did the whole Strobus thing, which was hugely successful. Then he started doing expeditions to Vietnam, travel photo workshops. And he stopped doing that, but he distilled the information he learned from those experiences into this paperback, The Traveling Photographer's Manifesto, which is also in an audio book. And he's figured out how to use Shopify and what all the algorithms are, so he can get a steady revenue stream from that. So that's pretty much it. I just wanted to thank you for your patience here. I had a little trouble coordinating the advance because the image on my screen is different from what's up there. Reach out to me if you have any questions. My email is my name, amydavis.images@gmail.com. I'd be glad to talk to anybody if they're interested. There's a website for my book if you want to see more details about it. And also I have a Facebook page. So basically, I learned so much in trying, so many skills in trying to do this. It gave me a lot of confidence and a lot of satisfaction. So you have that to look forward to despite the hard work involved. And what I never really anticipated through all the years I worked on this was how many new friends I made. In my case, a lot of them were seniors, so a lot of them have now passed on. But at any rate, it just enriched my life in so many ways. So that's true of anything you just set out to do that you didn't think you could. So thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Amy?
Got a question back here? Go ahead.
So you mentioned storing books in your house. Have you ever explored self-publishing print-on-demand book services like blurb.com?
Yeah, I actually mentioned that, but I was sort of hurrying at the end. David Hobby, that paperback that he has is a publishing on demand. And I know some other photographers who have done smaller projects that aren't really a huge market kind of thing, and they have done that too. You just have to look at the price point for doing that compared to finding a publisher who can do a little larger run. I don't actually know the actual financial particulars of that, but again, it's much more of an option now than it used to be.
Anyone else?
Did you ever consider, when you were limited to Baltimore and they told you that they weren't going to go, that it was a Baltimore-specific book, did you consider like doing the closed theaters across the whole country or anything? Or opening it
That
up?
would have been logical. There are a lot of books out there about theaters, both regionally and nationally. But really, my book was an homage to Baltimore, and I really want to explore Baltimore through this vehicle, through this subject matter. And it was it turned out to be a really good way to do that because it touched on so many aspects of how the city changed over a century. So it just wouldn't have been financially feasible for me or time-wise. I never really considered it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks again, Amy.
Thank you.
I did learn that Amy and I are not related. I asked her about her Davis lineage, and turns out no. But there's so many Davises out there. Speaking of names, I've got a few badges here with some names that I need to pass out. I don't know if these people are here, but I'll call the name and let me know. Henry Scott. Henry, come on now. Courtney Malone. Courtney. All right. Tom Jurowski. Must be hanging out with Courtney. Jill Craig. Brooke. What's that?
Not here.
Okay, not here. Jamie Freeman. Where are you? Courtney, where's yours? There it is. Howard Gaines. Chris Asher. Chris. Look at that, perfect. Valerie Petrova. I know, I saw you right here. No, there, Howard. There you go. Yep. I was just reading the name, brother. It's been a long day already. So Valerie Petrova. Probably off assassinating somebody right now with a name like that. Scarlet Witch, Valerie Petrova. All right. So, next up we have. Kenny, you're next, right? Okay. So, same as last. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to stand up, use the restroom, grab a quick drink or anything else while we set up Kenny for his presentation. Then we'll introduce him and we'll get in with our last speaker of the day. And then after that, we're going to be drawing our theme. And then you guys are going to get to know your teams.
No, group photo.
Oh, we still got to do that group photo? Oh, yeah, group photo. Brian's shooting it. Group photo and all the rest of the stuff, and then you can go shoot.
Do you have a way to like label this? You can put a sticker on it? Let's do one of those stickers.
I was shot. I was shot. Not in the book.
Yeah, you were shot naked.
No, yeah, it was. My mom will tell you.
Adios.
Yeah. Aaron will tell you.
Illegal.
Yeah, that's why it's not in the book. That's why it's not in the book.
Hey, Brian, why don't we put one of the Canon stickers on?
Mama, by Aaron.
Dad do that. Who's going to be shooting the group photo that last chunk's not here?
Yes, Sophia and I did it.
Daddy duty?
Sophia and I did it.
Matthew Breitbart.
Did you let a child photograph you?
Oh, yeah, she was like second grade. Not second grade. We were in Texas, so it was
Always running.
probably fourth grade. Yeah. It was paint. Hey, it wasn't in the book. Yeah, no, it wasn't in the book.
Hopefully it'll expand. We'll see what happens.
Behind him. Come this way. Yeah. The guy right behind the guy with the backpack from me where I am. Yes, reddish beard. That's all. Yeah. No. Or is it? Well, it's...
Here we go, my lady. Just call him Paul Blart. Just call him Paul Blart.
I said you have a reddish beard.
Well, I'm going to go back to my seat. What's Paul's last name? They're going to see.
All right, we're almost back in our seats. Run, Amy. Thank you so much, Amy. Where's your partner in crime? That's silly. I think we have a few more in the hallway. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started so we can get through the rest of the day. It is an absolute pleasure to be able to introduce our next speaker, who is one of us. Yeah. Denfo's trained killer, born and raised on the playground is where he spent most of his days. Actually, he spent it on a BMX bike, and Kenny's a pretty dope-ass BMX rider before coming into the Air Force and landing a job as a photojournalist and then taking it to new heights and becoming military photographer of the year and just doing badass work with Airman Magazine, which was a fantastic staff for many years. And it was a pleasure to work with Kenny at Airman, even though it was a brief time. I was at the end of my career. He's still in the middle of his, but watching him work and watching the imagery he came back with, there's pictures of his I still think about. That guy with his fingers covering his face, I'm pretty sure it might be somewhere in there. It was in part of your portfolio. But he'd bring back work, and I'm like, damn. And we were just talking about it. Kenny was saying, you know, now that he's in the professional realm and he's a staffer for the New York Times, sometimes he thinks to himself, like, damn, there's always, it's a competitive market, and there's always photographers out there just bringing back images, and you're going to see that throughout your careers. You're going to get seasoned in what you're doing, and there's going to be some young airman, soldier, sailor, marine that is just going to start shooting amazing images, and you're going to look at yourself and you're going to be like, do I still got it? Right? No, you are where you are because you worked your ass off to get there, and you deserve every single bit of it, and we're all proud of you. And you come from this community, and we're glad you're here to give back, Kenny.
Thanks, man.
So, Kenny Holston.
Well, thanks for the introduction, Benny, and I'm so stoked to be here. I'm glad all of you are here. Brian, thanks for bringing me on, letting me come chat. I have to, of course, give a shout out to Chip, was a big mentor of mine, and Justin, of course, along with Benny, Shane, so many. I wouldn't be standing here without those folks, and you know, certainly stand on their shoulders. So, as Benny mentioned, I was in the Air Force for a little over 13 years. I worked at Airman Magazine. I served in combat. I worked at the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System as an autopsy photographer for a while. I did an array of things while I was in service, and it's certainly how I got my chops and everything like that. So I really cherish my time in service. I separated from service in April 2019, and I began freelancing for the New York Times, and then not long after that, they hired me onto their staff. So that's how I got to where I'm at. As we dive into this, I'm just going to play a little slideshow for you guys. You can see a little bit of my work, and then we'll just have a discussion, if that's okay. Let's jump in.
Why is photojournalism and storytelling so important? Man, well, I believe photojournalism provides a small porthole into the soul. You know, it gives us the ability to do a whole litany of things like freeze time, capture history, spread awareness, inform the masses, dispel lies, celebrate heroes, dissect politics, connect the globe, mend hearts, understand pain, and grapple with sorrow, and even lift up the downtrodden. It's not always an easy job, and in fact, sometimes it's dangerous, but it's the one tool we have to reach people on a level that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to reach them. I love this job, and I love where it takes me.
That's a little bit of my work. Some of the earlier stuff was Holston service, and then I'd say 90% of what you guys just saw was captured since I've been on the staff of the Times. And I just wanted to chat with you guys a little bit about how important it is right now to be a photographer in any capacity, like you guys with your cameras in your hands, especially with AI coming on board and stuff like that. There's never been a more important time to have authenticity, create authentic photographs, regardless of what medium you're working in, whether you're working as a news photographer or you're doing documentation, whatever it is. One of the most powerful things about a human holding the camera in their hands and looking through that viewfinder is the fact that you will offer a window into a world that other people may otherwise never have gotten to experience, and you'll offer it to them with authenticity, which is huge. You know, specifically working at the Times, my job when I'm put on assignment each day, regardless of whether I'm working at the White House, Capitol Hill, or somewhere else, is to capture photographs that you know, have depth and that help our readers grapple with whatever the subject is. And you know, my goal each day is to try and make pictures that will go alongside our reporting that will help elevate the report and that will give people better understanding, you know, again, of whatever the subject is, so that they could go on with their lives and you know, make decisions or make up their mind for themselves about how they feel about a, you know, specific topic or subject and things like that. I think it's pretty obvious here. My beat specifically, I cover the White House, Capitol Hill, and the Pentagon. One of the big reasons the New York Times bought me on board was because of my military background. I was able to, so like adding me to the staff with that background gave us just another dimension for us to be able to hopefully dive deeper into the visual realm of military stories. So that's why the Pentagon is part of my group. So I don't specifically work like at the Pentagon each day, but I cover stories, military stories that derive from the top, and like we work on down to wherever you know, things are happening concerning the military. And then, as I mentioned, the White House and the Hill are pretty self-explanatory. It's politics, it's dry, it's hard. So, you know, as visual storytellers, our job is to get into whatever situation and try to, again, make what might be a dry or boring scene come to life for specifically at times, so like for our readers, so they can get a good idea of what's happening, what's going on. Before we go any further, does anybody have any questions maybe about any of the images they saw or anything that I've touched on so far? No? Cool. All right, so another thing I wanted to chat with you guys about that I guess I sort of wish I would have gotten more of when I was still in the service is how the industry works, like how the news is made. You know, like a lot of questions I get is like, how does the Times work? You know, how do you go from making the photograph to it, you know, being published? So I just want to chat with you guys. What we use at the Times is this is our system. It's called Loop, and Loop is here. All of our photo editors at the Times can see like pictures that are coming in from around the world real time. So we get all the wire photos, and then of course we have our staff and everything like that that's filing to our system here. And so you see it just updated there. So as photographers around the world are shooting and filing photographs, our photo editors are seeing them here in real time, and then they're able to move those pictures to go with whatever stories they're working on that day. That would then you know, show up here on the Times page. So I'll give you guys an example. You know, working in news, we're often working super fast. So I'm going to take a photo here of you guys, and then I'm going to file it from camera. So I just shot this picture and I filed it from camera. Now you'll see it appear here in loop. Here it is. So this is a photograph I just took. So every editor at the New York Times right now can see this picture. The way all this works is, you know, our cameras, each news photographer's camera is usually connected to some sort of like Wi-Fi, MiFi, things like that. And as we're shooting, like if we're in the Oval Office, on Capitol Hill, you know, photographing the president or doing whatever, we're sending pictures real time. So we're shooting, and as we're looking through the viewfinder and putting photographs together, we're sending them live. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is because speed when you're working in the industry is extremely important, but you want to be accurate as well. And so there's just a lot of things you have to think about as you're approaching your work. So us, you know, news photographers, again, you know, as we dive in and we're doing the thing, you know, trying to put together pictures that work, we have in the back of our minds that because we're sending live, our photo editors are seeing exactly what we're seeing real time. And the hope is that if you're a reader of the Times, that you're getting the news almost real time, usually via our live blog, like I said, on here on the Times and things like that. And so this is just something to keep in mind, you know, regardless, again, of what medium you're working in currently. It's just, I think it's helpful and it might inform your work to understand how we're working in the industry. And these could be things that you think about when you're doing side projects, or if you're just trying to, you know, raise the bar, grow, and expand in general, thinking about things like being able to file live from your camera, working quickly but accurately, and putting together photographs, you know, that work for whomever your audience is. So there's that. Most recently, I was the floor photographer at the State of the Union. The floor photographer at the State of the Union is a pooled position, and it's a rotation, only comes around every 7 years. So each outlet is responsible for providing somebody to fill that position whenever their rotation's up. So this year it happened to be the Times. And so I'll show you guys a little video here of my time on the floor as the floor photographer of the State of the Union.
I was on the House floor during President Trump's State of the Union speech. I'm bunched up in that center aisle, trying to capture some of the little things that people might not be able to see on a live television broadcast. Little details like the Republican gentleman who was wearing a tie with President Trump's face on it. As Trump was entering the House chamber, the Republicans are on their feet clapping, Democrats in all white with different symbols in protest. As Trump got to the end of the aisle, Representative Al Green happened to hold up a sign. I knew I had to line up the picture where you can see Representative Green and then have President Trump in the foreground to show that this is kind of where American politics is at right now. I think the stakes for President Trump were relatively high. And coming into the State of the Union, his approval rate wasn't as high as it had been. This was a huge platform to lay out his agenda, and there was a lot of anticipation because of the recent Supreme Court ruling about tariffs.
Very unfortunate ruling.
So the justices there are certainly a key focus of mine. Each of them, I would say, was kind of stoic, watching the president give his speech. One of the more energized moments was when he announced that the hockey team was there. Both sides were clapping for Team USA. At one point, President Trump mentioned insider trading.
Members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
That seemed like a moment both sides of the aisle were able to agree on. Then some of the Democrats started to yell, like, well, what about you? You could certainly feel the vibe shift when he started targeting Democrats.
These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy.
From someone being in there and being on the floor, it felt like he was waiting for a type of response. That response came when Representative Omar leaned forward and shouted back at the president.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
By the end of the speech, some of the Democrats had enough and left the chamber a bit early. It's no secret that President Trump likes to go as long as he wants, and he certainly did that during this State of the Union. I was on.
So yeah, you know, that's just kind of I just wanted to show you guys to give you a sense of some of the things, you know, that we're doing as news photographers, specifically covering politics. You know, in these situations, again, going back to, you know, speed and live filing, in this pooled position, I wasn't only providing photographs to the New York Times, but to all of the outlets as well. So all the wires, right? Getty, AFP, Reuters, AP, the list goes on. So there's a lot that I had to think about, you know, to meet the needs of all of those outlets and to also meet the specific needs of the New York Times. And so as I'm, you know, on the floor, like trying to keep my head on a swivel and capture, you know, all of the photographs that are needed to put together a comprehensive report of this, I'm sending from camera. I was shooting 3 cameras at the State of the Union. Each camera is connected to Wi-Fi, like I said, and I'm sending live from all 3 cameras, switching back and forth. And I only mention all of this to say, you know, as you guys continue to go about your work, again, regardless of where you're working, you should try to keep in the back of your mind the fact that we all need to be innovative, we need to be flexible, and we need to continue to push ourselves outside of our comfort zones as much as possible so that we could reach new heights and put together images that go beyond. One of my favorite things that one of my mentors told me, Doug Mills, who I work with at the Times, is a Pulitzer Prize winning photographer. He's been doing this longer than I've been alive. And when I first came onto the staff, one of the things Doug Mills told me is like, Kenny, when you pick up your cameras and you go on to whatever assignment, whatever situation, he's like, it's okay to push yourself to make a pretty picture, to make a great picture, a nice picture. He's like, but what you want to do, if you want to go beyond, is you want to make a smart picture. Make a smart picture. And I'll charge all of you with that. When you go out on your assignments for the DC shoot-off here, and you're in whatever situation you might be in, regardless of what you're covering, try to think about that. Push yourself to make a smart photograph, a photograph that, when shown, people have to kind of sit with and think about and hold. A photograph that once that person is done viewing it and they leave it, it's still with them somehow. That's the goal, okay? I feel like every day I'm constantly trying to reach that goal, and I feel like I almost never do, but I am constantly pushing myself in that direction, and I think that that's one of the things that has helped me keep from becoming stagnant or plateauing, is keeping that thought in the back of my mind. Make a smart photograph. Make a photograph that somebody wants to go tell somebody else about, or share, or tweet, or whatever, right? That's you know, the ultimate goal. So beyond that, I'll say, you know, as you go through your careers, whatever path you're trying to go down, one of the biggest things that I might offer as advice is to try to make yourself as diverse as possible, in that you can be looked at as somebody that can do more than just make photographs. You're somebody that, if you're trying to get hired by a company, or you're trying to move from one command to another to tell stories, maybe in a different command for those that are in the military, or whatever it is, you want to be looked at somebody who brings this total package to the table. Like someone who can make pictures, someone who has contacts, sources, access, someone who knows how to talk themselves into something and talk themselves out of it at the same time. All of these things are extremely, extremely important if you're going to, continue to try to elevate your own work and be successful as a photographer. I'll leave you guys with this, and then we'll open it up for questions. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Quick question about the business end of photography.
Sure.
My name's Kenneth Aston, and photographer out in Dade County. But the thing I wanted to ask you is, who owns your photos, and also your gear and equipment? Is it your personal, or do they provide that?
Great questions. Thanks for the question. So for me specifically, the New York Times owns all of my photographs. Because I'm on the staff, the pictures that I make belong to the Times. So I if I made an image like Evan Vushi did with the fist in the air and the flag, like Trump's fist in the air and the flag and all that, like had I made that photograph and I wanted to sell it for all the money, I couldn't. Like, it belongs to the Times. The Times will get all that money. We do, on the staff, we do get like royalties. So like if the Times was to make a lot of money off that photograph, I would get like a small percentage of that money. So there's that. As far as the gear goes, speaking specifically at the Times, they give us the latitude to just send them a gear list, and they'll purchase whatever we'd like to shoot with. So for example, when I came onto the staff, there's only 19 staff photographers at the New York Times across the globe. The rest of our work is we hire freelancers for. So when they added me to the staff, the rest of the staff was shooting Sony, and they really wanted me to shoot Sony as well, just because we have an array of Sony gear and things like that. But I've always shot Nikon, and it's not to say that I can't shoot Sony, and I think Sony is a great platform. But the really nice thing about the Times is they view the cameras and lenses and all that stuff as tools. And they say, the biggest thing when you go out is to have the tools that you're most comfortable with, and that you know how to wield. If you don't know how to fire a gun and someone gives it to you, well, it's kind of useless, So, or even if you know how to fire it, but you're not comfortable with it, again, probably not going to be very effective. So, I told the Times that I'd really like to stay on the Nikon platform, and they said okay, and I sent them my gear list, and then they sent me a big box of Nikon stuff. So, yeah, that's the good thing. Yes?
So when you're the pool photographer in the Senate chamber for that event, and you said that your images are feeding also all the other agencies, obviously you're getting paid by the Times, but for that day rate or for that day, are you getting paid anything from, or is the Times getting paid from the agencies?
That's a great question. No, so the pay and everything doesn't change. When we're in pooled positions, it's an understanding amongst all the companies that, one, that it's usually a rotation. So whether it's this pooled position that only comes around every 7 years, or it's a pooled position that sometimes at the White House, like a pooled position will just kind of pop up. They'll have a special event and they'll be like, hey, this needs to be pooled. It's an understanding amongst all of the companies, Times, Reuters, Washington Post, everybody, that whoever's up next in whatever rotation it is will provide a photographer to do the pooling. So the companies don't make any more money. than usual, and the specific photographer who's shooting doesn't make any more than usual.
Okay.
So you said every 7 years it comes around. Does it come around to an individual or to the news organization?
Sure, yeah. Again, a great question. So yeah, for this specific position on the House floor for the State of the Union, it comes around for the company. So this year it was the New York Times. So the Times decided that I should be the one to be on the floor, primarily because Doug was still at the Olympics. So had Doug been in town, he probably would have been on the floor. But it was me. So luckily, I put together photographs that did okay, and none of the outlets were mad, and things went well. So that's, I hope that answers your question. Justin.
So was this the snippet that you just showed us? Did you guys have that idea, produce that before you even went out there, that this was going to happen? You were the first person. And did they have some, because there's images of you in there. Mm-hmm. Was there a videographer or somebody there specifically that did pictures of you to put this together?
Yeah, again, another great question. So yeah, before this took place, the Times video team, like our video side of the house, decided that they thought it would be a really kind of neat idea to do what we call reporter on camera. That's what this is. We do a lot of these, but usually it's with the actual reporters, not so much the photographers a lot of times. And so they said, hey, Kenny, we'd love to do reporter on camera with you just because this is such a unique position. So when you're on the House floor and you're shooting your 3 still cameras, can you also get some video? And for me, I know never enters my mind if someone asks me if we could do a thing. I'm always trying to think about how to get to yes. And so I told them, without knowing whether I could do it or not, I was like, yeah, absolutely, let's go do it. So the idea that I had to be able to capture a little bit of video on the House floor was to use the Ray-Ban Meta glasses. So I used the glasses to capture the POV video that you guys see here. And then we were able to take network video from the floor network camera, video camera, which was, I think, CBS, to build out the rest of the video scenes that you guys see in this particular clip. So to your point, Justin, it was all, this was thought out and talked about before I ever went onto the House floor, which brings me back around to my other point in terms of you guys needing to try to push yourself to, be diverse and build out multiple skill sets, because you never know what you'll be asked to do, especially in today's industry. So I think you in the back had your hand up first. I'll come back to you.
Hey, Kenny. Hurt. I think one of the things that always defined you amongst my contemporaries was your use of depth and layers in your pictures. And I think that slower, deliberate process really set you apart from everyone else that was in the field at the same time. Can you talk about slowing down your process and how you see those photos when you're out there, when a lot of us military shooters are trained, click, 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 go to the next one, click, 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 go to the next one?
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for saying that, brother. One of the big things throughout my career, as I sat with folks like Chip and Benny, and then later on in my career, when I arrived at the Times and stuff, the biggest thing that folks would tell me is to slow down and make intentional photos. If you have your camera raised to your face and you're looking through the viewfinder or the eyepiece, each time you hit that shutter release button, it should be with intent, with intention. It should be because you were trying to capture something that you make, and then you're trying to a picture that you're trying to tell a story with. We all heard, spray and pray and all this stuff. Like, that method, maybe you get lucky sometimes, but oftentimes it doesn't really work. And when you go back and look at your full take, you'll be able to see it. And if you come back with 400 or 500 photos from spraying and praying, and it's hard to find a picture that works, and you come back with 10 photos for shooting intentionally, you might get 5 pictures that move. So that's the difference in slowing down. It's particularly when you're in super fast moving situations like this. Like some of my colleagues afterwards, when we were talking about this and they saw this little video and stuff, you know, all of them were up in the gallery. All the other outlets are in the gallery shooting for, you know, for their outlets and things. And so as they saw me doing my work on the house floor, they mentioned how surprised they were at how kind of slow I would move here and there. And that's because I'm looking for pictures that work. I also told a lot of my colleagues after this that I was, in the beginning of this, when President Trump walked into the chamber, I fell into what we call like a black hole as photographers, and that black hole is chasing. I was making pictures that were like halfway working, and I was sending them live. And I could hear my, you know, in the back of my head, I could hear my editors being like, Kenny, slow down. Like, you've got to make a picture that works. And what happened was my heart rate went up. I'm a sweaty person anyway, but I started sweating. And I'm working, and I'm shooting, and I got these 3 cameras, and I'm doing the whole thing, and I'm trying to find a photograph that will work. And it's not, you know, for the first maybe 20, 30, 40 frames as the president is walking right towards me, and I'm backing up with the CBS cam, we're trying to make these scenes, I was not capturing images that I needed to be captured. And so as soon as as soon as that clicked in my mind, I immediately told myself, nothing else matters right now but slowing down. Like, get your heart rate down, like take your handkerchief out, wipe your brow, and look at the scene and find just one photo that works. And usually, when you find that singular picture that works for you, then you start to catch fire and you start to put together pictures that will move. So thanks for that question, man. But yeah, that was my initial struggle with the stage. Yes, sir.
I know you probably can't talk about the machinations of the higher-ups of the New York Times, but obviously with the Washington Post letting all their staff photographers go, I am curious if you and the other staff photographers within the Times ever talk about that or talk about the changing landscape of staff photography in general.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an excellent question. And the answer is yes. The short answer is yes. On a daily basis, all of the staff photographers at the Times, and then all of us photographers in general, whether it's freelancers or other photographers who are on other staffs, like on the Getty staff or AFP staff or whatever it is, AP, all of us constantly talk about how the industry is changing and evolving, and every day we wonder if we're going to have a job tomorrow. I mean, it's that serious. And when you see a newspaper as storied as the Washington Post let go of all of their staff photographers, a lot of which were Pulitzer Prize-winning photographers and have been doing this for a very, very long time, leading photographers in the industry, and all of them get let go, it's extremely alarming. So to that end, a lot of the younger photographers who come to me for advice and things like that, a lot of times I tell them, if you want to work in this career field, and you want to try to, forge your way forward in this industry, you have to start out with the understanding that it's constantly changing. There's no days off, and it's just hard. And a lot of us who are doing this work specifically as like news photographers on the staff, are doing it just primarily because we're so passionate about the work. It's primarily because it's just really, really tough to work in this profession at this point in time, because there's so many talented photographers that belong on the staff of the Post or the Times or the Sun or whatever, and those jobs just aren't there anymore. So, yes, sir.
I know you're very accomplished, and everybody here who knows you, if they don't know you, you should get to know him. He's amazing. But do you have any passion projects that you're working on the side? And if you do, kind of a follow-up question, like, do you accidentally turn off your camera to the New York Times when you're doing passion projects? They're like, hey, what is this?
No, that reminds me, I probably should delete that photo. Then I probably get through, like, what is Kenny doing, man? So to answer your first question of passion project, at the moment, no, I don't have a particular passion project that I'm working on, only primarily because my beat right now is so jam-packed and wild. It's no secret this particular administration is an enigma. It's constantly moving and grinding and churning and going, and so all of us who are on the staff of the Times who work here in DC we're on assignment constantly, and if we're not doing politics, then we're on general assignment. For example, I'll fly out in a day or two to Florida to cover the Artemis II launch. So I'm leading our coverage for that. So point here is, like, if I'm not covering politics, then I'm pivoting and covering, something like a space shuttle launch. So, or rocket launch, I should say. So there's that. So no passion project running. As far as filing to the Times on accident, certainly. There's times where I'll show up on an assignment and I'm just kind of like getting my light reading and doing whatever, and I'll accidentally, because I have all of my cameras configured where it's just one button on the back that I push that sends the pictures, and sometimes I'll hit that button and it'll send, and then I'll get a note from the editor like, Kimmy, are you going to be a photographer today, or what's going on? Oh, sorry. I swear I know what I'm doing. It was like figuring out my settings or whatever. So, so there's that.
From taking pictures from the military to now the New York Times, how did you transition your mindset to be so unbiased in such a political field?
Oh, that's an excellent question. One of the big things about my transition from military service to working in the industry was I had kind of hit a ceiling in the service where a lot of what we do in the military can be kind of like PR sometimes, or we'll document really heavy stuff, but it's not necessarily released to the public and things like that. Some stuff that probably should be released to the public. So without getting too deep into that, when I transitioned out of service, it was a pretty big time for me because I really wanted to work in a more pure photojournalistic sense. And so the industry was able to give me that, and working in a more pure photojournalism, with more pure photojournalism mindset, gave me the opportunity to show up to whatever scene with no bias. And my goal is always to show up, whether I'm covering, President Trump or something else, is to show up to that assignment and make the photographs that are there, and then have those images speak for themselves in hopes that it will let the viewer decide for themselves how they feel. I've never wanted to make pictures to try to persuade or push anyone in any sort of direction, but rather inform and give them more knowledge than they had prior to arriving at our report. And so the hope is that they would look at the photographs and be able to make a sound decision for themselves and for their family, or just be more knowledgeable on the subject.
Kenny, if you were back in the Air Force tomorrow, what are the pictures that you would make that you wish you would have made during your time?
If I was back in the Air Force tomorrow, images that I would try to make now, now that I didn't when I was in, is the more human side of the service. I would really try to push to, be in dorm rooms more often on bases that are way out in the middle of nowhere, and try to show or give whoever my viewer might be, whoever my audience might be, a better perspective on what it's like to be a service member, apart from combat, right? So like during my time in service, when we were still at the kind of the height of Afghanistan, Iraq, and there's a lot of like, you know, when people heard military, they would think of combat right away. But the thing that I try to explain to people now, and when they come to me, they want to join the service and things like that, is just the daily grind of what it's like to be a service member in whichever branch. Things like having to go to sick call. You can't just call out of work. You've got to go to sick call. You've got to get a quarter slip. You've got to give that quarter slip to your supervisor. Like, hell, by the time you do all that, you might as well just go to work, right? I think that I would try to make pictures that show a lot of what we go through as service members in that regard. So that would be my goal if I were still in service.
Good to see you, Kenny.
Yeah, good to see you.
Very proud of what you're doing there.
Thanks, man.
Quick, easy question for you, hopefully.
Yeah.
How readily does an agency such as the Times look at a military repository like Divots and actually pull material from it?
Excellent question. I love the divots question. All right, so here's a few things. I'll try and be quick because I know we need to wrap up. This is twofold. The divot situation, the platform itself is fine, and it's great that we service members file the divots, but for editors at whatever publication, the Times, wherever, a lot of times those images arrive too late. So, for example, if we're trying to tell a story about, an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea, like battling the Houthi rebels or whatever, the imagery that we're getting from the photographer that might be assigned to that ship or whatever isn't coming until days and days later. And so the news moves on, and divots doesn't end up being useful in that regard. The other thing is, a long while ago, while I was still in service, there was a few situations where things appeared on divots that had been altered. And so, the whole thing about news, journalism, and all that stuff is that whatever we're showing our viewers, our readers, should be unaltered and authentic. The Times and every other publication, whenever we're using images that aren't our own, we're constantly trying to verify the authenticity of the photograph. And so because of the few things that have happened way in the past where things had showed up on divots that had been altered, that kind of sticks in the mind of photo editors working across desks at all the big publications. So I say all that to say, divots isn't at the top of their list of a place to go to pull files. For the Times, if we're looking for pictures and it wasn't one of our staff photographers that took it, the first place we're going is the wires. Reuters, AP, AFP, Getty. Divots is usually kind of the last resort.
So do you remember the first front page you got on the New York Times?
I do. My very first A1 for the Times was during COVID. I was freelancing at that time, and the photo editor was Matt McCann, who works on our science desk. He had assigned me to cover COVID vaccinations that were being given out in Ward 8, but people, so Ward 8 in DC is kind of like a poverty-stricken area, and these folks who live there were supposed to be receiving the COVID shots from a giant pharmacy there, but people who lived outside of that ward were like showing up and kind of skipping the line, if you will, and getting the shot. And it was kind of making it where the folks who actually lived in the ward weren't able to get the shots as readily as they should have been able to. So the photograph that I made was just some folks at this giant trying to get the COVID shot. It wasn't a earth-shattering photo or a Pulitzer Prize-winning photograph, but it was news, and it was my first A1 picture. And because it was my first A1, Matt McCann, the editor, sent me the print plate from the Times.
Any more questions?
Yeah, when you left the military, you were the big fish in the smaller pond. How did you handle, I mean, what was your decision to go to New York where you're the little fish in the big pond?
Yeah, so again, another excellent question, Shane. It was a struggle for me. You know, when I left the service and I tried to work in the industry, there was just a lot that I didn't know. There's a lot of like tight-knit groups and circles and things that are just hard to break into. And it was initially like trying to freelance is a little bit hard for me to gain traction. The one big thing that I learned a little bit into my like freelance career when I was trying to freelance was that if you are trying to start out your freelance career in the industry, the folks that you want to talk to is photo editors, not necessarily staff photographers. It's good to talk with other staff photographers. If you talk to someone like me who's on staff or whatever, that's great. But I can't assign any of you. The people who are going to assign you, like give you work and then the paycheck shows up, is photo editors. And I didn't know that. So I spent a lot of my time trying to reach out to photographers who were already working at the Times or the Washington Post and stuff like that. And while all of them were all super great, they couldn't assign me. And it wasn't until later that I learned that I needed to reach out to photo editors and talk with them. The way that I got connected with the Times was Erin Schaff kind of explained this whole photo editor situation to me. Erin Schaff is a staff photographer at the Times. She explained the photo editor situation to me, and she passed my name along to her photo editor and explained to me like if the photo editor's name was Marissa, if Marissa reached out to me and things went well during the conversation and she liked my work, there's a possibility that she would assign me. And so eventually Marissa did call me, we chatted, she looked at my my work, like my military work, and felt like I had potential and was gracious enough to give me my first assignment. But it was a struggle. The one thing that I did to try to keep myself vectored was I gave myself, I like self-assigned almost every day while I was trying to freelance. Even though I wasn't on for anybody, I would go out and try to put together stories, you know, visual stories to keep my portfolio updated and to keep myself driven and going in the direction that I wanted to go to eventually be working in news photography. I think that's it. Thank you guys so much.
I asked a question to Kenny about what would he go back and shoot, because you guys are still in. A lot of you are still in. And a lot of us old timers, now that we're out, we sit around the table and we say, why did I not take pictures while we were playing dominoes? Why did I not shoot when we had spades tournaments at the beer garden or at the gym or movie night when we were deployed? I focused on everything on the flight line or whatever the action that was going on, but I never really gave a sense of what it was like to be a service member. So I challenge those of you that are still in uniform to take that to heart, because you will think about it later. There's going to be a lot of pictures that you're going to go back and say, I wish I would have taken that photo. Because when you're done, all the action shots and the pretty shots and everything else, those will be cool and those will matter. But for you, looking at those shots of all those memories of sitting around the card table, the camaraderie that you had with the people that you were deployed with or you're working with on an exercise or an operation, those are the images that are gonna want to stick with you. And you'll regret not taking them because you didn't think that was the thing that you were supposed to be shooting. So it's, yeah, he hit that on the head. We're going to let you guys take a break and go express.
We're gonna swap things out a little.
Okay.
We're gonna, just while we have your attention, hit the competition rules, then do a group photo, and then come back in and pick the subject. Because once you think about a subject, you're not paying attention to the logistics.
And you guys, are you guys okay with that? I see some of y'all's eyeballs floating, so I'm just making sure you're good.
This presentation of the day.
Okay. Sadly, now you have to listen to Shane. I have to listen to him every day at work. So, and Jay gets to listen to complain about me when he gets home. Yeah.
What's that? Oh, my teacher. March. Oh, right.
Kenny, you got a hot mic.
We switch it over to the laptop?
Yeah, I'm not getting anything from you.
Not getting the laptop? Hold on. Let me try it from the other side. How about over there? It's not connecting?
No. Probably shouldn't have went with that break.
All right, we'll go through this pretty quick. First thing is we've got the mentor teams here, and you can see who you're going to be working with. If you could, just pick up your phones, take a picture, so that you can know who you're going to be working with. After we get back in and choose the subjects, we will introduce each of the mentors so that you can know who to hook up with. I did not list all of the online stuff on there because we have phone numbers and addresses for those people, and we don't need to put it in our file. All right. What? Sorry? Was some people still taking
They're
pictures?
still taking pictures, but we have a couple people missing, correct?
One of the first steps.
Who's missing off this list?
Valerie? Valerie's not here, right? Not here. You're missing on that. You're missing off the list. So we need to add you.
Okay.
In place of Valerie. So you're going to move to Shane's team. Everybody else is on the list, correct?
Oh, okay. It's like I don't see the video on my email.
Just internal stuff. Just making sure everybody's on the list.
So this list could shift a little bit, but we will get into it as soon as we get back in here. All right, now, you guys understand there's 3 different categories within the shoot-off. First, most of the junior photographers are people that have participated in the workshop before, but have not won first place, compete in the Hackman Challenge. If you're in the Egner Cup, you should know about it. The Hackman Challenge is the same as the Egner Cup, it's just that a lot of the mentors are shooting for the Egner, and we just don't want to give anybody an unfair advantage over anybody else. The chip shot is the single best image of the day, or of the 20 hours that you're shooting. The subject, we'll be picking it. We've obviously got all the choices up on the board. Several of the staff went over and we each picked five subjects off of there. Those are the ones that ended up in the, it's not a hat this year, it's a cap from from Canon. And that's what we're going to be choosing is from selected ones. We didn't we won't go with things that are difficult. We were trying to get general subjects that will be easy to interpret. It is how you interpret this, but you need to be able to back up your idea. If it, in the past, we've had something that was like organic. It's how you interpret the word organic. It was, some people went to an organic farm. Some people said that baseball was an organic sport. I mean, it's how you interpret it, but you better be able to back up how you interpret it, because when the judges see your photos and don't get it, then they'll go to the captions and they'll want to see how you're justifying those images as that subject. So we're trying to shoot photojournalistic stories. You're trying to tell a story with your photos. It's a lot less of a picture package. The ones that win most often are a story. So that's what you're trying to get, every element of a story, a beginning, a middle, an end, different visual variety, all the kind of stuff that you have to work with when you're telling a story. Like it says here, don't overthink it, don't work so hard to justify it to fit your story, make your story fit the subject.
Just the caption stuff. It could be the tiebreaker.
Right. And you don't have to necessarily caption everyone, and it's not a full military type caption. You're writing your justification that your photos fit that theme. Yes.
And that's one of the questions that I had. So last year I did the online and I did a full DOD style guide caption.
Right.
It was eviscerated by the judges because they didn't understand the type of caption. So what is the standard for this competition, for this workshop? What do you want to see as a caption? Style guide at the most, simplifying for this competition.
And you won't include any identifiers of who you are in your caption. So your teams, like you saw the mentor list, there'll be, I think, 3 people at most per mentor. When this is over, once we have the subject, you're going to meet up with your mentors. You're going to discuss your ideas, bounce things off of them, because you may think it's great in your mind, but it doesn't work. So just bounce things off of them. This is your idea. So if there's something you feel strongly about, they're your mentor. They're not your boss. Fight for your idea if you really believe in it, but also take the guidance that they're giving you because they've been doing this a long time. Yep, and when you meet up with them, exchange phone numbers immediately and check in with them. If you're going to be shooting all night, you need to let them know. You need to be in pretty constant communication because at some point your mentors are hopefully going to be going out for a few hours themselves and trying to shoot something and come back with something. So you're making a 3 to 5 image package. Don't put 5 images in your package if you only have 3 good ones. Don't put 5 images in your package if 2 of them are the same. Because the judges will look at it and say, that would have been great if it had been 4 images or if it had been 3 images. But they put 5 in there and we don't see why they did that, so we're going to go with this other person's thing.
Let me say something on top of that. I've seen a competition where it went neck and neck for first place. But then they decided that there was this one image that just seemed more about showcasing the individuals than about the story. You know, they had 2 world leaders shaking hands. It shouldn't have been in there. And it went the other way to the other guy. So think about that.
And make sure that all 5 of your images work together as a complete story. If one of them doesn't fit with the package, they'll hit on that as well and won't see it as strong as a complete package that has less photos in it. Shoot raw images on your camera. Keep the raw images, turn in a JPEG. It's the highest JPEG that you can output, the JPEG compression of 12 when you're exporting it, and you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, so that's your call on whether you want to do that. But for me, working in the industry for a long time, I shoot RAW and I keep a basic JPEG copy because I've had my RAW stuff fail on me on deadline. And you know, when I was just shooting RAW thinking that I was going to turn a JPEG over, it didn't happen. And I'd have to call like Mark Subin on, dude, what do I need to do here to, you know, get this JPEG out? So for me, it's like, you know, yeah, it's just a little bit more file, you know, but it's you know, 2 is 1, 1 is none coming from where I'm at.
Next thing about, if you came here with somebody else, if you're sharing a vehicle, get away from each other. If you both end up shooting the same subject, judges will always look at something. If everybody ends up shooting a protest, they'll pick the best protest story and the other protest stories, even if they're the second best and third best, they end up getting thrown out. And then there's a picture of dogs that ends up in second place. So stay away from each other. Find your story. If you hear that somebody else is on the same story, I mean, I don't care if you fight for it, but try not to shoot the same stories. All right. There's going to be 2 options when you turn things in. There's going to be a hard drive, and we're going to have a Google Drive option as well in case people can't export from their computers, because we've run into that in the past. But on the hard drive, this is what you're going to see when you go to turn in your images. You'll see 3 different folders. The Hackman Challenge is what most of you need to be aware of. You're going to put inside the Hackman Challenge folder a thing with a number. Have they been assigned numbers yet or no? There are numbers. Everybody will have a number. We'll put this up on the wall somewhere so you can see what your number is. And you're going to name a folder your number. You're going to put your 5 images in your folder. And then you're going to copy those 5 images, leaving them in your folder, and put those 5 images in without a folder into the chip shop folder. And it'll be the same thing for Egner. They're going to have theirs numbered 1 through 4 with their number. Nowhere in there, not in your caption information, not in photographer, will you put your name. It's just your number. And then in the chip shot, this is what it'll look like. It'll just have everybody's photos, all 5 of your photos or the 3 of your photos, whatever you're turning in, put them all in there. They have to be photos that were included in your story. You can't go, okay, I'm going to use these 5, and then I'll throw this one in chip shot. It has to be ones that were within your story. This is what, inside the Google Drive, your mentors that were on our group chat, and if you weren't on the group chat, you need to let us know so we could add you to it. We gave a link to the Google Drive that the mentors could pull up if your person can't. That's not me.
Pretty much, it's you. It's been working great for us all day.
That's not what it is. It's static.
Check, check, check. This one works great.
I guess as soon as I touch this one, it starts doing it. All right. So we've got the same folders on the Google Drive. So there's a chip shot, an Egner cup, and a Hackman, and we will condense them. We'll move them over for you. If you can't do it.
Your team leaders and mentors will help you do most of that. So don't
Right. You don't have to memorize all that. You just need to be aware of it. As soon as you get back, the earlier you're able to come back in the day, the better chance you have to go back out and make a few more images if you have holes in your story. If you show up an hour before deadline, we have a real hard time helping you with an edit and getting it in. So try to come in earlier in the day. If you're able to find a story tonight, get out and shoot and show up first thing in the morning and do a quick edit and then go out again and shoot. That's awesome. If you know you're shooting an event that doesn't start till a certain time, leave on time to get back here. If you don't have a car, be aware of like train times. If you need a ride, let us know. Talk to your mentor. I mean, most of us, you gotta be kidding. I'm not, look how much. Look how much. I'm not doing anything.
Try holding it lower on the microphone, you know?
on, Seth, do something.
All right. So, everybody on your computers, does everybody have editing applications? So, does anybody not have stuff to edit on a computer? All right, cool. So everybody should be able to edit their images. Your mentors should be able to switch between photo mechanic for choosing imagery, as far as editing, Photoshop, Lightroom, whatever you have, they can most likely help you with. And we can knock that stuff out. But make sure you don't go and edit everything yourself and then go see your mentor unless they ask you to cull stuff down. Try and let them see everything you were thinking. Please don't show up with 3,000 images when we need to get it down to 5. Please don't go out shooting and come back and say, I shot 23 images. They need to have enough imagery for you to edit. I say it because it's happened. People come back and they say, I've shot these 12 images. And I'm sure that they're great. And the mentors look at them and you have no story. Like, we have to start completely over or get back out there and start shooting again. And then you're apologizing to your subject and coming back into their life again. Of real importance, DC, while Trump may say it's the safest city in the world, it is not. It is a dangerous place. Don't go out in an area at night. If you feel at all worried about your safety, get the hell out of there. It is a very dangerous city, no matter what they say. If you're in a crowded, safe area, like a touristy area, you're probably fine. You get out into some neighborhoods you don't know, you probably shouldn't be there. So please be safe.
Walking off by one block, just find your situational awareness, okay?
Right? And don't give up on yourself. If you're stuck, call your mentor. We can talk people through things over the phone. We can give you ideas that you might not have thought of. We could even come out and we're not going to shoot something for you, but we could stand next to you and say, did you think about this? Did you see this? We can help you. That's what we're here for. So please do that. And now we're going to go with the photos, correct? Slow clap. Thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do now is file out. Let's file out this door because I don't want everybody by Sam's computers. First of all, also give a round of applause to Sam and his team for doing an outstanding job. So we're going to go out into the lobby near this mural that's here that says the Navy Leagues. So please go out there.
Can I choose whatever number I want? Can I choose whatever number I want? Okay. Can you give me one of them?